Hello everyone and welcome along to the final here, part 2, Robertson against Sullivan, Saudi Arabia Masters final. We are ready to get this beauty underway here. As we see the players walking out to the arena, we are ready to get the second part of this final started. Neil Robertson dominating the first part and winning the first session by 6 frames to 2. Sullivan now needs to step up his form and find an answer to that. We'll be looking to do that from the get-go, as of course he will be looking to make sure he is the first one to get on the scoreboard in session number 2. The players are ready to walk out here once again. And it will be, of course, Neil Robertson very much feeling the pressure here. And it's very important for him to get away to a perfect start here. And Neil Robertson, still the favourite man, but you'll have Ronnie O'Sullivan, the best of there's ever been, trying to catch up to him. As Ronnie now has a good break. Yep, perfect cue ball control there. So the turn goes to Robertson. And now it's the Australian that has to respond to it. He has got a long pot opportunity here, Robertson. He turns it down once again, so that's been the theme very much throughout the first part of the session. And he still remains with the same tactic here, does Neil Robertson. So just the safety here. And O'Sullivan now has the same opportunity of a long shot. You would feel he had to respond with another safety. And he does. He pushes one of the reds towards the pocket there on the corner and gets a really lucky kiss there from the brown. So Sullivan will be feeling a little bit lucky there because he has forced one of the balls over the left bottom pocket there. And now it's Robertson that will try to make sure he doesn't give anything away to Sullivan as he just rolls to one of the reds. Really close to that left bottom pocket there. As you can see, he decides to go for a one cushion escape. Would have liked it probably to bounce off of the second cushion as well, but in the end, nothing that O'Sullivan can do in terms of attack here. So all in all, good safety there from Robertson. Sullivan once again brings the cue ball back into the bulk area. So neither player so far wants to do anything, risky or reckless here. So just exchange of safety so far. And we'll see who's going to be the first man to break that tendency. And so far I would say that Robertson has looked a lot calmer and a lot more confident with his game in the opening session, but of course the new session and him being that little bit closer to the title, I think the pressure will start to kick in quite soon for him, as once again he decides to roll to one of the reds. And O'Sullivan once again will probably try and aim the cue ball towards the bulk area. As he does that, pushes one of the reds on the cushion and backwards. Neil Robertson now has got a long pot chance, but he has turned those down quite a few times already in the first session, and he's been doing that so far in the opening frame of the second session as well. Who has pot chance, says Kanish. Both of them, to be fair, but both of them have turned it down, and now Robertson has tried for a safety and has got a really lucky kiss there as he hit one of the reds he didn't intend to hit. But in the end, the cue ball still bouncing towards the bulk area. So Sullivan hasn't got anything easy here and probably has to do a response with another safety here. As he decides to do that, barely catches one of the reds there. So good stuff there from Ronnie. The cue ball once again is back safely into the bulk area. Lee says, thank you for this. Good to have some idea on what's happening from the match. Thank you for joining, Lee. My pleasure, Hello, mate, says Ahmad. Yes, you're back. Hello, my friend. Hello, hello. And now Robertson with his time to respond. Once again, there are two reds, second and third from the right, that are looking to be tempting for both players, but neither so far are taking the chance with them. I think it is to do with the colours being in safe spots for now. Ronnie is dominating in snooker history, right? Well, he is. He's not been in this match, so you'll have to make sure that he responds to the form that Robertson has been showing recently. But once again, Robertson is the one making an error, as he got away with it this time though, as you don't see anything straightforward for the Rocket. He's got a ball along the cushion there. So who has a chance? Ronnie now, and these chances taken so brilliantly there, as he ended up the right side of the blue. Yes, he has, but he probably overrun it slightly, so you'll have to be a yellow. Please keep us more informed on what's happening. Yeah, that'll be the case throughout the match. So once again, the yellow is in the pocket. So 3 points here for Sullivan. You'll be looking to get off to a really good start here, being 4 frames down. He needs a good break to start the frame number 9, and he's got a couple of options, as he's got a potential red onto the bottom right corner. Hopes of Ronnie find a way to get away from this situation. Hopefully, I mean, he's got a really nice position ahead of him, so he just makes sure his positional play is on a high level, and he should be alright from that. Once again, in and around the black. So far looking positive. Is the reds easy for him? Probably yes, I would say. At least 5 of them are. You know, he already potted 2, looking to make that 3. And I would say there should be a straightforward break of 50 plus at least. As you can see, actually, by the way, points left onto the chat. We managed to integrate it, so it's no longer going to be 4-2 scoreline, 5-3 scoreline. We've got the points left there in the middle as well. For a victory frame, I would probably say yeah. I think that will be good enough for him on a victory frame. As another blue disappears here, so 25 points earlier on. I still say the thing about this position is, the really good thing is, the more reds Ronnie manages to pot, the more sort of freedom he gives himself, and the more reds open up for him. So once again, another of them goes. Jax Felipe says goal Neil. I mean, he's doing alright to be fair. 6 frames to 2, but Ronnie will be looking to make that 6-3, 6-4, something like that earlier on in the second session. Overrun there though, and this position is turned into the pieces there. So a really straightforward shot has turned into an absolute mayhem there for Ronnie. So only 33 points. And out of nothing, all of a sudden, he decides to go for a pot. Yeah, that is concerning signs there if you're a Ronnie O'Sullivan fan, because he just played a shot there he should have never played in his life. Can he cross 75 to seal the frame? Well, he could have, he should have. He messed up the positional play, and in the end, he decided to play for a shot that he never should have, and he left the ball hanging over the pocket for Robertson. So yeah, now all of a sudden this brilliant position comes into the play of Robertson. He needs to make sure he can hold it for the black, which he actually didn't perfectly. So it wasn't the hardest shot in the world, but he probably has to play a pink here, because if he decides to go for the black, I can't really see him getting on either of the reds, unless, you know, he can absolutely drop the black in with no pace whatsoever. But you know, both players so far a little bit scrappy, and the rest shot here for Robertson. Needs to make sure he's getting those shots right now. And he did. So he's just about alright for the play to continue here, and for the break for him to continue that man. Yeah, exactly. That should be the reaction of any snooker and Ronnie fan here, because, you know, you thought he was in with a really good chance there with the position, and then all of a sudden it switches to Robertson having a really good chance. There's a little hesitation there from Neil. Still some work to do, but as I say, the position is looking really, really nicely, whoever's on the table. And at the moment, it is very much Neil's position to lose. So 9 points already scored. He's on the black here, so you'll probably need the remaining reds to make sure this frame is going to be in his favor, and all of a sudden a 7-2 lead is a lot more commanding lead. And you can see there Robertson decides to go for the cushion red, so get that one out of the way, obviously backing himself to pot that one with no real issues. We'll have to screw back for the black off the cushion. Really nicely done there. And once again on the black. Had a feeling Robertson would win today after Ronnie went on gold mode yesterday. Just had a gut feeling Ronnie's form would dip, and my philosophy. Exactly, because it's the thing with not just Ronnie but with anyone at the sport. When you're playing your best before the final, you know, when you dominate and you crush someone, even in, you know, sort of tennis or football or, you know, I'm pretty sure in volleyball it will be the same. If you crush someone in the semi-final, it makes you a little bit more tired than you would like yourself to be, as Robertson here has to bridge over the red. So not the easiest spot to the middle. Should be straightforward, should he land on the black after this shot. And in goes the red. So once again, after having the position split, Robertson is now in control and is now looking to put himself just 1 point behind after putting this black. I might just back now. How's Ronnie doing? He's doing pretty much as he was doing in the first session, making too many mistakes. And Robertson seems to be off to a good start here, much better than Sullivan. As you can see here, he's about to equal the points total for this frame. And then with him being at the table, we'll be looking to make sure he's the person ahead at the next shot. So still 67 points on the table. As Robertson now doesn't land perfectly on the black here and actually lands quite close to the cushion, checking if one of the reds goes into the middle, so probably has to roll through the black with a little bit of top spin, maybe end up from the cushion and just land on one of those reds into the middle pocket. He's overdone it, so he clearly realized that none of those reds were an option, so had to go for the one on the right, as he's now the person ahead with a 40 break. Not the easiest shots into the middle, but in it goes. And now Robertson in a prime position here, as I don't think he would need the last red here. So 24, no, he shouldn't need the last red that is on the cushion. Will you give a shout out to my partner, Michelle Thomas? She loves Ronnie and she's watching you now. Well, it's the first one I've been asked for, and it's certainly shout out to Michelle Thomas. Thank you very much for watching me commentating on the Ronnie match. And yeah, very much Team Ronnie here, but it doesn't seem to be Team Ronnie himself there, because he seems to be making the same mistakes and just being impatient there. So it's actually getting worse, because he was quite patient in the first session. Now him still making positional mistakes, and all of a sudden, you know, he's not being patient. It's turned into an issue here. So 49 points for Robertson. Decides to go for the pink to free up another red here. The last one he would need. And into the center of the pocket goes the pink. So a 50 plus break here at the start of this second session for Neil Robertson. 55. Sunny Javed Robertson will win this. Probably at this point, especially if Sullivan keeps playing like he was, you know, in the first frame. Still has 3 more frames to win after this one. Of course, Robertson being really close to getting over the line here. Only 3 more pots required to do that. And I don't think Ronnie will be coming back to the table. So this time, 30 points clear. I suppose Ronnie should Neil miss the remaining red, the last one on the cushion. I think Ronnie will come back because it will be just one snooker situation. But as long as, barring snookers of course, Neil Robertson should be cruising here. As he's got a frame ball here in the blue. So he's now 36 points behind with 35 on the table. Has got a red along the cushion that you can just roll into the pocket. It did just drop there, so certainly O'Sullivan won't be coming to the frame here. As you know, one mistake and all of a sudden it is Neil Robertson's frame. So he's in a punishing mood, is Neil Robertson, as he still has enough points for the century there. So just the 5 pots remaining for him. The brown is resting on the cushion and he has got a rest shot with the green. So the green just about rolls into the pocket, and now as the brown. So the brown will have to be played from the cushion here, so I don't expect really Robertson get this one and get the good position on the blue, but we will see. He does. A really good shot there, and he finished the right side of the blue, so really well done there for Neil. Break of 86 here. Brilliant stuff there once again on the pink. Doesn't want to be straight on it though, because he still needs an angle on the black. Yeah, I think he is straight, so you'll have to just apply all the backspin he's got in his pocket and try and generate as much power on the cue ball as it's humanly possible. Now that's Robertson on 7, just need Ronnie to win consecutive frames now to 10. Yeah, I forgot about that, Tom Williams. Nice to see you back, and Robertson landed in no man's land on the black here, so break of 97, and has to try and cut the black from one of the tightest angles possible. And he's actually not far off, and the cue ball's in, so that won't matter, as his frame Neil Robertson, and he does end on a 97 in the end. And you can see there, wouldn't be too happy with himself, but it's a perfect start for him. And all of a sudden, it's a really good start for him in terms of the frame victory as well, because he's now leading by 7 frames to 2. Yeah, I forgot actually, Tom Williams, you need Ronnie for the 10-7 win here, but I mean it doesn't seem to be happening here. It's very much about, can Ronnie get himself back in the match here? Love your hard work, keep staying consistent in long term. Well, I will try to, and very much will depend on the audience. And if the audience is watching, I will be here. So yeah, it's looking good so far if you're a Neil Robertson fan. It doesn't look quite as nice if you are rooting for Ronnie, as the mid-break session here for him. Why is he not playing good like yesterday? I think it's because you answered your question there with your own statement. I think he was so much in a perfect, fairy tale almost story, the book cliffhanger, all sorts of, it was Disneyland for him, Ronnie, yesterday. But all of a sudden today, he come back to reality, and you have to pull yourself together here. And even 500,000 on the line, if you're not playing well, it's always going to be hard especially against the player who is playing well. And even if Ronnie was playing well, you still expect Neil to be ahead, because he's been so clinical, and really good game from him so far. Jesus, the scoreline looks grim. It does concerning Michael Banda, because as you can see here, so Robertson won 4 frames in a row now, and Sullivan hasn't managed to win 2 in a row. So Ronnie is now 7-1 to win this match. If anybody wants to bet on him, Michael, how do you not? Yeah, I wouldn't at this point. You have to say that last shot that he played there, it was a desperation shot, and he was clearly like, if I lose this frame, I don't really even care anymore, because I just haven't got enough willpower to put myself in the equation. And he basically took the shot off after running out of position, which isn't Ronnie-like anyway. He took the shot off he should have never done in the end. Left the red ball hanging over the middle over the corner pocket. Robertson came to the table and done everything he had to, really, with a brilliant break of 97. Could have had a century, but in the end, I'm pretty sure he will be more than happy with what he's done in that particular frame. And he's now only in need of 3 more frames in the remaining, well, potentially could be 10, could be 3, you don't know yet, as the players are coming back to the table for the frame number 10 here. So we're finally going to get some action here, hopefully from Ronnie, but I have to say, even from a Ronnie fan's perspective, you have to say, from a neutrals especially, you have to be enjoying the game that Neil Robertson has brought to the table. Snooker, I think snooker is one of those sports that you can sort of appreciate the opposite player and say, you know what, he's just too good today. And I think that's exactly what Robertson has been. Ronnie has found a perfect form yesterday, but he can't quite find it today so far. You never know. never write Ronnie off, but you would feel like with 7-2, you may as well start to do that, as he has a good safety here. So far, I will say that any sort of shot from O'Sullivan that, he doesn't smack into all the balls and just leaves Robertson with an open table, I'd say is a positive so far. But for O'Sullivan, he needs to make sure when he's in it, he uses those chances, which he has plenty of already, but just seem to waste them, a lot of them. Can you make this little scoreboard like open source for everybody to access? Absolutely not. A, because it's hosted on my PC, and B, because I like it. Haaland just opened his account for Man City. He's got, oh my god, I can't believe, is he actually 36 minutes in the Man City against Wolves game already, man. Was it a good goal at least? What's the scoreline there in the City game? 1-0, Haaland. That's how you know the Premier League is back. Brilliant game yesterday at Liverpool. As a Sullivan here with an early gift from Robertson. Talk about Liverpool a little bit later, because have a look at this. Once again, Ronnie with a chance. And what surely is a must-take chance here. He's on the black. He's in prime position. Don't mess this up, Ronnie. And try to get yourself very much in the equation in this frame number 10. Port chance. Yeah, definitely port chance here for O'Sullivan. Give your ID pass. Do that. I can log in. Not really, because it still runs on the programming thing. Whatever. On the programming engine. So you'll have to do that. You'll have to run it through that. And even if you can do that, you still have to manage the scoreline with adjustable controls that are within the program line. O'Sullivan here managing the scoreboard nicely for himself here. 9 points already on the black, and the position is very much looking good here so far for O'Sullivan. A maximum chance. You know what? I would make a joke about it, but it is actually a really good chance here for maximum, I would say. If you take the emotions out of the game and you forget that he's done 2 yesterday, it actually is a brilliant position for the maximum, because, he's had 3 reds, 3 blacks. None of the reds are really on the cushion. One of them is close to it, but you still can get in behind it and just play it into the middle. As he makes it 4 reds now. So below the pink, there's a little cluster of about 5-6 reds. But I would have to say maximum chance here. I wouldn't really care about maximum right now. I would just care about Ronnie trying to get himself at least with a chance here in this final. So far, it's all been really one-dimensional. And once again, a really straightforward shot there. And he lands short on the black. And this time, makes it a hard pot for himself. And then has no control of the cue ball. So the black ball is in, which is the most important part, and as I see where's the cue ball ended up, I think he still is all right for the break to continue. Depends on which red he decides to go for. I think that's maximum over, so because you will be playing for the blue, and indeed he does. So no maximum here, but as I say, I'm not really bothered about the maximum. All I'm bothered about right now is, Ronnie try and string consecutive frames together and potentially get himself in with a chance of, at least for now, you have to talk about making the scoreline look good, because 7-2 against Ronnie O'Sullivan, you don't feel like it's the right thing. He needs to make sure he sort of gets it into 7-4, 7-5 area. You think Ronnie can come back from this? You know what? I don't really think so, because I think he'll have 1 or 2 frames that he will perform like he is right now, all of a sudden, and you think he's back, and then you'll make another silly error. Robertson will clear up from it, and eventually, especially when Robertson goes like 8-3, 8-4 up, or sort of 9-5, I think no matter, he can talk about his mentality and the way he's played, complimenting himself, the way his game has performed, and he has yesterday and the day before, but today he just hasn't been on the level that you need to challenge someone like Neil Robertson, which has played well, every credit to Neil. All the headlines have been about Ronnie, and there is Neil just coming up to the table, delivering a really good snooker, and leaving O'Sullivan on scraps here. Needs to make sure he gets himself with the chance though. I mean, got to be in it to win it. And he's certainly done that so far in this frame. As the pin goes into the pocket, so 69 over break and 75 still left on the table, as the pink will go below the red. So frame ball here for Ronnie. 3-7, I would say looks a lot better than, sort of 6-2, but it looks the same, and it just makes Robertson be that one frame closer to victory. Robertson win 10-5, probably. I don't think it'll be easy though for Robertson, because you will start feeling the pressure at some point. The question is, when is that going to happen? Because it's been a good response from Ronnie, but I'd say it's been a couple of frames too late here. Because 7-3, you have to win a couple more to get yourself back in contention. Can have a century here though, with a break of 85, still 51 points on the table as the pink disappears, so 91 here. So he's got a really good chance here of potentially having a 130, 140 break here. Don't get you any more frames than that, but still, for the break building and a little bit of confidence and a little bit of momentum, you keep Robertson out of his seat, in his chair for a while, and you never know, maybe that could be a turning point. But we've said that when it was, 1-0, we said it when it was 3-2. And so far, those two have been the only frames that Sullivan has won. This one being the third one. 1300 century, yeah. Not the best circumstances to do that, but of course, incredible number. 99 here, so the black for the century. And in he goes. So it's a century break here for Ronnie. Yeah, really good stuff there. On 112, yeah, you can see the confirmation, career century. Number 1300, so of course 1,300 career centuries here for Ronnie. More than any player in the history of the game, but I think for him it will be more important to make sure that he's in with a chance here, and if he's going to go out, he should go out with a really good performance. Apex Noise, is there going to be another set if Ronnie wins this one? There will be another frame for sure, because Robertson still needs to win 3 more. This is the last session of the final, because no matter what happens, the match will be finished today. Well, unless something, out of the world happens, like electricity goes off or something. But the match will be finished today, as it is scheduled, as Ronnie is looking now to make a 139 break. So a good break there from Ronnie, but in the end, earns him a frame, which is the most important thing. And it is frame to Ronnie O'Sullivan. Neil Robertson now leads by 7 frames to 3. And we're back where we were after the first session, with Robertson being 4 frames ahead, but now of course needing only 3 to become the Saudi Arabian Masters in 2025 here. I say probably in the opening 2 frames, Ronnie should have won both of them. He had a decent chance in the second one. He took it with a highest break of the match so far, 139. I'm pretty sure it was his first century of the final. And then in the first one, he was the first person to be on the break, and ran out of position, an absolute waste of a positional shot that was, and decided to go for a really difficult cut, and had to pay the price with leaving the red ball all over the pocket. Robertson was quick to it and dispatched the frame in style, making a break of 97 there. So as the players win a frame each, will Judd Trump bypass Ronnie's century record in the years to come? Michael Hodina. You know what? I will lie if I say I haven't thought about it. I think with Trump's age, if he keeps playing for another 6-7 years after Ronnie's retirement, I think he'll have to. Because if he's 300, 230 behind, something like that, 250 behind, if you're gonna have something like 50, 60 centuries per season, which is normally what you would expect from someone like Judd Trump, you take it 5, maybe 6 seasons, just for a little bit of a backup, and then I think Judd Trump will become the player with most centuries in the history of snooker. Ronnie comes in late, buddy. That's the latest trend. Well, I'll be here for it. I mean, I'll be here for it. Very much will be, but the trend for Ronnie, for me, is sometimes he finds his form too late. You know, you find the form when he's trailing by 8 frames to 4 and you'll make it 8-5. And then all of a sudden, you know, 2 frames in a row there for his opponent, and all of a sudden it is game over. And there you go. I'll be putting those two after every single frame that Ronnie wins. Miozo with a heart there, thank you. And yeah. But needs to be doing a lot more what he's done in that frame number 9. Frame number 10, I should say. You know, just getting the rhythm of the break, no silly errors, brilliant positional play, great cueing, great action on the ball. And all of a sudden he'll be in with a chance there. But so far, he hasn't managed to do that consistently, at least 2 frames in a row now, as we wait for Neil Robertson to come back to the table here, and the action shall resume. Ronnie here will probably be thinking about how he ended up in this situation, trailing by 7 frames to 3. Well, to be fair, he's not right really, he came out of nothing. Robertson been playing better than him throughout the entire match, and now Rocket needs to make sure he has something in the bag to answer. We're ready here to get the frame 11 underway. So once again, a really nice break off there from Ronnie, and the black is covered up though, the pink probably is as well, so straight away you have to say not the best position if you're looking for break building, but a good first shot there from Sullivan, so hopefully he'll still keep the magic coming. He was never a consistent player, the magic comes and goes in sports. Gillian, probably yes. I mean, I think there was a season or two that I've seen him sort of being consistent, but he hasn't really. You have to say, a year of consistency doesn't really mean a lot when you've had a 30 plus career in snooker. You know, having just 1 year when you are consistent is inconsistency in itself. So Sullivan now needs to find a little bit of form, you know, not talking about consistent now, but just find a little bit of form, and sometimes a little bit of magic can do the miracles. When Ronnie is good, he really is good, and when he's bad, well, Rapture, I'm pretty sure you said that before the stream started, and all of a sudden, you know, after the 2 frames here, it's hard to disagree with you, because that's exactly what happened so far. Sullivan had a chance to be, you know, 6-4 behind, and all of a sudden, you know, you'd be right back in this match. In the end, he traded a frame each, and he's now back to square one, but with Robertson being 1 frame closer to becoming the title winner. Robertson here overrun the cue ball slightly there, and leaving O'Sullivan with a long pot chance and a chance to hold the cue ball back for the blue, because the black and the pink are very much out of position here. Nope, once again a miss there from Ronnie, and a chance which isn't really straightforward for Neil Robertson. Robertson has been shaky for the last couple of seasons. I think he has, Krishna Kumar, but I think he's gone really well in this tournament. You know, dispatching players like Ben Wollaston, Elliot Slessor, which one was the other one? Mark Selby, Ali Carter. You have to be playing well. Ronnie missing man. Yeah, I don't think he's left anything easy here for Robertson. He's looking at a plant here, which probably is a bad sign, because from this plant it will be complicated for him to get anywhere near the blue, which is the closest color he has to sort of put himself on a color. You can try and cannon the black, but never quite guarantee with yourself, especially playing a plant on the rest here. Needs to get the red in though, and he does. But once again, as I said, it was really tough there for him to do anything from the black, and he hasn't, so it should be just 1 point here for Robertson. So a mistake from Ronnie lets him off this time. As Robertson now will be looking to have a clear path here. He doesn't really have one, so I don't think he'll be playing off the black. I think he'll go for the yellow just because if you hit the black in every single of those realities, you'll be coming straight into the reds, which is something that Robertson, of course, would like to avoid, as he ends the break with just 1 point scored. So I wouldn't say he could have got anything out of it, but it's always disappointing when you have a pretty straightforward start to the break with that plan that he had, and then you don't end up with anything after. Ronnie here with a decent safety if the cue ball keeps running. He has, and hasn't left Robertson with anything easy here, and the black ball is now migrated towards the pink spot, but still very much out of position. Robertson here decides to go for a safety. Yeah, I think with Robertson here, I think he'll just try and be patient here. You know, there's no real pressure for him at the moment, and I reckon he'll just try and make sure he takes his time, does everything he has to do, and then just take the chances. Well, Ronnie will present to him, you know. No matter how well Ronnie plays for the remaining sort of part of this match, you have to say you will give Robertson chances no matter what, because that's the way he plays. He's an aggressive player, and if you are an aggressive player, you're always going to give away chances. It's just all about, if you're an aggressive player, how many of those chances that you get, you can put into a successful break. So now, once again, leaving straightforward pot for Robertson here, I would say, but surprisingly there, catching the jaw of the pocket is Robertson and not leaving anything straightforward for Ronnie. The good news is the pink is now very much back into play. Sullivan will have a decent long shot opportunity once again. As you can see, for Robertson, he's missed 7 out of 20. Sullivan has got he's got 7 out of 20, I should say. Sullivan got 7 out of 14. I don't know how they calculate those stats, because every single time I see the long pot missed, it's always Ronnie at the table. Now there's one more to try and pot, and this time it's in. So good pot there at last. And Ronnie's in with a chance. I'd say the position is really complicating, but it's really good to have Ronnie on the complicated position. Is Ronnie missing easy pots or long pots or difficult pots? A mixture. I'd say a mixture of all of them. He's missed some easy pots. He had some times where he ran out of position by absolute stupidity, and then he's also took the shot. He's also taken the shots off he should have never have taken with the form he has shown so far. Has the blue here though, and he's back to the bottom part of the table. So if he can get a couple of reds out of the way and the black on his spot and the pink potentially on his spot, all of a sudden this position that I described as complicating could become really promising. But a lot of ifs for that so far, as he's looking to put one of those right and get the black out of his current position. I'm not sure where the black will go though, because his spot seems to be taken by the red, so he'll probably go back on the pink spot. There he goes. But the positive news is he can play around the pink spot for the black here, Ronnie, because the pink spot is very much freed up to all the sides. There's Ronnie here looking to put some distance between himself and Robertson. 15 points scored already. I've seen Ronnie clear the most complicated position. Yeah, Rapture, I agree. So did I. I mean, the second maximum position was really complicated, I would say. But he's turning into a maximum, so there's nothing he can do. And Rapture saying, when that Ronnie shows up, let us know. I mean, exactly. Yeah, no, to be fair, Great Crusher UA, I mean, he's shown up yesterday. He had a really complicated position, and he's turning into a maximum, but he needs to do that consistently here. So far, not really able to do that. But he's on a decent break here of 29 already, and he's done it in no time. The position looks to be promising. Once again, hoping for a 4-7, so no, still a 3-frame gap, but better than being 4-8 down. How many raids are safe? One. I'd say 1, and the yellow is safe, so 1.5 I would say, because one of them is on the cushion, but he's not far from the pocket. But really, you should be expecting Ronnie to finish off the frame in one visit. Ronnie's long game and his weakness, he's good at it, but not great, I guess. The snooker gods had to nerf him somehow because of his immaculate cue ball control. I think the snooker gods have nerfed him and then they've buffed him about twice, you know, so you nerf him once and then you buff him twice. That's the story with Ronnie. But, you know, everyone has a weakness, even the gods like him. Yeah, so he's on a 53 break here. A couple of more shots and he will secure the frame. Better this, you know, the 2 frames in succession was something he hasn't done so far, so not too far from it now. Father Time takes us all. I mean, I suppose, you know, the comparison from all the sports is inevitable. Ronnie has really tried to push that time for him, you know, being 15 December. Break time only just about more than 4 minutes, and all of a sudden he has just landed on the frame ball. And he's got it, so another frame goes the way of Ronnie here, so good stuff. That's fast already, 53. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just said it, 4 minutes for a break, and all of a sudden he's won this frame. He ain't a spring chicken anymore. Yeah, I suppose. He wasn't one when I started watching him, but he felt a lot younger than he is now. Still very much dangerous player. 75 points on the board here, lands awkwardly on the red. Has to make sure he doesn't go through the red and earn himself a foul. Still stays in the break, 76 now. It will be complicated to get a century, to be fair. Yeah, century possibility, I was going to say that. A little bit complicated because, as I say, one of the reds is on the cushion and one of them is close to the cushion. And he will need all 3 of them. 83 points scored now as he decides to take the one out that was on the cushion but quite close to the pocket. In it goes. So 84 now, so just has one more on the cushion, on the ball cushion there, so, and it's quite, actually it's really in the middle of the table there, so it could be complicating, but we'll see about that. For now though, he dispatches the penultimate one with style. Lands in the blue well. Probably tried to cannon it. No, he decides to play for it. So backing himself obviously to get that one in. And any of the 2 color choices that he has in brown and green will do. But the red is not in. So that decision of not cannoning it was a mistake, as he replicates the break of Neil Robertson of 97 and gets himself another frame here in quick succession. So 7-2 turned into 7-4. He just made the situation twice as better in his favour. And we will see if he can build on that even further and potentially get himself a mini session win here. For now though, it is Neil Robertson leading by 7 frames to 4. No one is ever going to break Ronnie 5 minutes plus 147. Do you think so, Rapture? Surely with the way the game has improved, there will be someone like Zhao Xington, you know, in his prime. Sparrow 123, Ronnie the Comeback King. I literally changed my YouTube ID for you. I have to say, mate, I really do appreciate that. You know, it comes from the bottom of my soul. You know exactly the reason why, and I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Come on, Ronnie, says Julian. Yes, come on, Ronnie. We are very much Team Ronnie. I'll put that in the chat for you because me being the fan, why not? You better be. I am. I actually am. I genuinely, truly am. Team Ronnie. Let's have a look at the poll here, actually. I'm quite interested to see what we've got so far. So, Ronnie Sullivan is still the favourite to be the champion by this poll. 424 people have voted. 57% for Ronnie, 43% for Neil. I mean, it just shows how many Ronnie O'Sullivan fans there are, because I don't think any Neil Robertson fan will be voting for Ronnie O'Sullivan to win this one. No live. Nah, not for me, because it's YouTube, and not the platform to be doing the live broadcast. Team Ronnie, what is the prize money for this tournament, says Vignette Verma? 500,000 ranking points and prize money as well in pounds sterling. If you know the currency, if you're in the UK. If you don't, that's how it looks. Where does it happen? What do you mean? Oh, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, Jeddah. Yeah, Saudi Arabia, Jeddah. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. the real season. Yeah, Saudi Arabia has become the home for boxing. It has become home for football, or at least some of it. And yeah, it has very much become the second home for snooker after the UK. Jeddah says Sparrow123, exactly. I love Ronnie. Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, says Wasim. I think surely you've got a lot of fans for Ronnie in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You know, I'm pretty sure you've got a lot of people idolizing him in China. Of course, now it will be a little bit less of a few of them there because of Zhao Xingtong winning the World Championship. But I still think he is very much the idol for all of them there. As Xingtong admitted himself, I mean, he wouldn't be here at this stage of snooker if it wasn't for Ronnie. So he's quite an inspiration to the sport. As Robertson now has got a break off, and it's not the perfect break off actually. The cue ball position is quite nice, but one of the reds has gone closer to the middle. Or Sullivan, I don't think he can see it, but even if he could, there's no danger from that position. An easy ranking event, in my opinion, you'll give him extra push and confidence for the rest of the season. You know what, Gillian? I've got a really controversial take. I think Ronnie needs to lose this ranking event for him to have motivation. You know why? Because if he grabs 500,000 right from the start of the season, surely he won't care for about a couple of months. He would love to make a third maxi and earn money for coming months. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So could he earn just that much, too much money in the end? I know it sounds from a hypocritical and a little bit of a weird point of view, but would he just not have that same fire as he had? And surely what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. You never know. Maybe in China in Wuhan Open, where you haven't got that much money, he'll be playing his best snooker, and you never know. Maybe he will win that ranking title. For now, though, I would still like him to win this one. I suppose you're right. Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird one, but when you talk about O'Sullivan, he's very much one of those players that needs to find motivation. And motivation for him is when people write him off. And you're not really going to write him off after he beating the likes of Robertson, Wilson, who did he beat? Wakelin. As the game started, yeah. So still exchange of safeties here, so not a lot to say about it. Robertson decides to go for a clever shot there, so pushes the red right into the black. Leaves one of the reds all over the middle pocket, so a strange shot selection there. I'm not quite sure whether Ronnie can see it, but could that be early nerves here and just a little bit of incompetence from Robertson? I think we as Ronnie fans will certainly take that as he can see it, so should hopefully drop it and land on the right side of the blue. Who has pot chance? Ronnie here, but I wouldn't say too much about it until he pots it, because it does look like one of those that it's easy to miss. In it goes though. It wasn't as hard as I thought, to be fair. That's what she said. Anyway, Ronnie there with a really good chance of a blue. And the position is prime, to be fair. The black is very much in his spot of free. The blue is in his spot. The pink is quite in a natural position. So, should be hopefully a good break here for O'Sullivan. Right, when will the match start according to PST time? He already has, around half an hour ago. A little bit more of that, to be fair, 45 minutes ago. Dude, lose that twisted logic. Winning this would be a big confidence booster. Yeah, I agree with that. I think his confidence would be boosted massively, Kasani Michael Banda, but his motivation wouldn't. Every single time you win something, your motivation goes down. Cristiano Ronaldo said it multiple times. He doesn't rely on motivation, he relies on discipline. And you can't tell me that Ronnie O'Sullivan has got the same amount of discipline as some of the other sports legends. He's got the talent, he's got the technique, he's got the attitude. Well, has he got the attitude? That's up for the debate there. For now, though, he has got a clear break chance in front of him. Who has spot chance? Well, Ronnie's on the break here, so Ronnie plays for honour and not money. Krishna Kumar, I don't disagree with you often, but I don't think so. I disagree with you on that one. I think he plays... I don't get why he would be playing for honour, because he has more honour than all the other snooker players combined. There's certainly more fame, he has more wins. He's certainly not just led by money, 100% he's led by passion and the love for the sport, but I don't think he would be participating in this tournament had he not had the prize money that it has. So I disagree with you on that one. As the black goes in, and Ronnie got a little bit lucky there. Still has a little bit of a difficult red. Needs to make sure this one is in. This could be a massive frame, by the way. If he wins this frame, all of a sudden he's right back in it. So it's a really tough job for him here, as he hasn't landed well on one of the reds. Ronnie's a legit snooker goat, so Sparrow 1, 2, 3. Yes, exactly. I mean, in my view, is as well. Exactly, Krishna. He's rich enough. Do you think so, Rapture? Do you think so? I don't think so. I think if the money wasn't the question, he wouldn't be playing half of the tournaments he's in. But, I'm certainly not a Ronnie hater, as he has a wonderful red shot here. Screws himself back onto the bulk area, so playing it safe in mind. I like to see that, after the early sort of frustration that we've seen in the opening frame. I really like to see that fire being back with Ronnie's disposal. Bro, can he score enough to seal the frame? I don't want to jinx it, but probably not actually when I looked at the position, because the position doesn't seem to be that good. He's got about 2 more reds that are quite easy, and then he'll have to make something happen. One of them lands in. Ronnie 100% plays for the money. I wouldn't say it's 100%, but I would say it's 40% for the money, 40% for the sport, and then 20% for the fans. Something like that. MMA philosophy. As he screws back there, misses one of the reds. I don't actually think he was intending to hit, but he was quite close, so I had to mention it. And he's now going to dispatch one of the 2 remaining reds that he has in open play, looking to potentially develop even more with the next shot of his. Now, so he decides to go for the pink there. And a little concerning look in his face. He's got the angle, to be fair. It just makes the pot that little bit harder for him. Ronnie's back. Well, I wouldn't say just yet. I would say if he wins this frame, he's very much back in contention. This frame is crucial for Ronnie. Aspara 1, 2, 3, I absolutely agree. I couldn't agree more with you. Every frame is crucial for Ronnie now, because every frame that he loses is a massive step down for him. But every frame that he wins, all of a sudden, he's going to be within 2 frames, and he would have won 3 frames in a row. So fingers crossed here as he lands on the black and the pink. Just depends which one he wants to take for the better positional play, as he developed one of the reds with his previous shot. Sean Murphy plays for Honor. Sean is a really nice guy, to be fair, especially from what you see in the media and his interviews. And he's a good player, Sean Murphy, but I think he's a really good person as well. I still would disagree that any of them play just for Honor. I think naturally you're going to be motivated by money. It's an important part of your life, and it's an important part of motivation for any sort of individual. You think in football, all these footballers would be coming for money to Saudi Arabia. No, they wouldn't. But money is a huge factor, and as it is in every sport, and as it is in snooker. 52 here, points scored for Sullivan. Still has a couple of reds here. We'll be looking to develop them in a couple of more. And as he pots a couple, he frees up some of the reds and just allows himself to stay in control of these breaks. So far some promising stuff here in the late matches, in the late frames I should say. Come on, Ronnie, says Tom Williams. I'd have to say, you did say you need to win him consecutive frames. If he does it, yeah, I may as well give you a membership channel, because it's going to be an incredible prediction, that's for sure. On a break of 60 here, so the next 2 shots should seal the frame for him. Brogno or other questions, please do live commentary. Well, the thing about it is, Kanish, if you're going to do live commentary, you may as well call the stream live commentary, but because it's a watch-along, you have to interact with the chat. And to be really honest, I enjoy doing a little bit of both. Right now, Sullivan's taking his time on the shot here for the frame ball, and while he was doing that, I sort of answered your question there. So you can do a bit of both and try to keep both parties satisfied, as he certainly won the frame now with a break of 74. Keep the faith. Well, I mean, exactly. Keep the faith. He's won 3 of them. He needs 5 more to seal the deal here, and it's certainly possible for a player like Ronnie. You're a little bit behind, it's already 5-7. Abdullah said, you know what it is? It's because I'm on a delay of stream, because it's like a 30-second delay. Actually, let me have a look. Is he already? Nah, so technically the frame's still going on the live score line. It won't be for you because, as I say, I've got a little bit of a stream delay. I'll fix that in the upcoming months or weeks. We'll see. Too curious to know the exact situation. Sorry, don't worry, that's fine. As you say, I get your point, but I also can't just leave people in the chat there with no answers. Ronnie dominating so far in this break, but he hasn't had to face too many problems there, as this time he fails on the red and the break is over. So not quite a century there, but certainly an important frame win for Ronnie as he closes off the lead to Robertson to only 2 frames. Robertson now loses 3 frames in a row, and he's leading now by 7 frames to 5. A 15-minute session interval will be here, so a little bit of a break so we can have a look at the chat for a while. 7-5 and pressure on Neil. Probably yes at this point. 69 break, there you go. I didn't quite see him potting the 89 break, I should say. Yeah, I didn't quite see him potting the black, but maybe you're right, Abdullah. Where to watch live match? I watch it on TNT3 Sports, and I think you can watch it on Discovery Plus or the WST channel app, I should say, on the snooker channel. It just depends which country you're in, because some countries allow that and some of them don't because of the broadcasting rights. Over the past few years, his biggest issue has been letting the other player get way early doors and leaving too much to claw back. Exactly, Knights of England. Exactly. He does usually leave the best of his game till last, and sometimes when you are going to be sort of like in that situation when he's 5 frames behind at 7-2, even when he has those perfect 3 frames, he's still behind by 2 frames, and he's just had flawless 3 frames. So he needs to make sure that Robertson doesn't have a good start in the frame number 13, and then, you know, any good chance for Robertson, and you can't control those sort of things. So he's still very much the underdog, but I don't think the odds will be 7-1 now, as we've seen before. The pressure of dominating the gap will be on Neil. Pressure is on Neil. I think so, and it will be interesting to see how he responds to it, because the interesting thing is, I think it's the first time in this match, in the frame number 12, where Robertson has left him with an absolute easy starter, and then all of a sudden, Sullivan managed to clear up from there, so and win the frame in one visit. Where to watch, everyone? TNT Sports 3 or Discovery Plus. If you know it's behind on the score, why ruin it for people? Yeah, exactly. Well, I suppose. See. Abdullah Sheikh. To be fair, I was one of those people that was really keen. You know, if I'm ahead of everyone, I'll just let everyone know that I'm ahead just to show off. Do you know where I can watch the live match? What time does play restart? So in around 30 minutes time, they've got a 15-minute break. Should be the last break on today's on Sky and Now TV. Really? I didn't realise snooker was on Sky. I'm pretty sure it's not, actually. Cheers for Ronnie. Are they 3? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure, as much as I'm aware, you have to pay for both of them. 2 years ago, you won 6 tournaments but not enjoying the game. He knows how to win. He stopped playing due to not enjoying the game, not because he couldn't win. Sir Jawed, I think that's a good point, but don't you think him not enjoying it comes from him not being able to win? You know, I get you say he won 6 tournaments, you know, all of a sudden. In 2022, I'm pretty sure you're talking about, but I'm pretty sure he wasn't as dominant, anywhere near as dominant as he was in his prime years. You know, you think about Sullivan, you think about 13, 12, maybe 08, maybe 16. He was decent at that time as well, couldn't win the world title as well. 5 tournaments, well, even less so. I mean, in a calendar year, that's not many tournaments for a player like Sullivan to win 5 tournaments. Read my earlier chat as well. Hi, that's a long chat, that is, and I had to come back from that. Come on. King will always remain the king. Well, long live the king. How many frames is this final? 19, so best of 19. How many tournaments has he won this year? It's a good troll, that is, because it's only the second tournament in this year. It's a good one. He hasn't won any last year, by the way, in the 2024 season. But this year has only had... this is the second tournament, so it's a good troll, that is. Are they 3? No, they're not. I love to win. I love Ronnie to win. Ali no. I think majority of us would. The poll is 63% Ronnie will be the champion and Neil will be 37. And remember, that has started with 7-2 lead for Robertson. So, let's see. Let's see. How long is the break time? 15 minutes. It will be less now as they're chatting in the commentary box on TNT. So it will be like 10 minutes or something. I love Ronnie eyes. Don't look at his eyes too often. I just look at the way he plays the game, to be fair. He needs to put his head down here and not give Robertson any easy opportunities. So, Gillian, yeah, I agree with you, that one. Yeah, I think what Ronnie has to make sure he does is just to keep Robertson in his seat for how long as possible. And then when he can't do that, there's not a lot you can do, but do the best you can. And then whatever happens, happens, you know. At the end of the day, I have to say, Ronnie hasn't been terrible in this final, but Robertson was better. A couple of less mistakes from Ronnie. I'm not sure if that's too much to ask, but a couple of fewer mistakes that he wouldn't make earlier on, and all of a sudden it would be Sullivan in the lead for me. But that's the way, and you have to give the praise to Robertson there because he was the guy that stepped up. Right, let's have a look. Ronnie can keep up after the break. He has a good chance. Yeah, once again, the tendency for me is when you come back after a break for Ronnie, it's going to be a challenge. But if you look at it, when we came back after a 15-minute break in this match, as you can see, was 3-1. Ronnie did manage to win that one, so he made it 3-2. I'd love him to win the frame number 13 here, so we'll see. Paul's in, I'm not sure what you're talking about, and anyway, hitting 2K subs today. I don't really know. I haven't really checked. I don't care for now. We'll see. If yes, then yes. Both of them in best mood. Yeah, I think both of them will be enjoying the match because I think both of them have done exactly what they should have throughout the match so far. Actually, I'd say, you know what, Game Ratio, you have been here for a while, so I think what I would do is I'd add you as a moderator. You know, you'd be the first one. So I reckon I'll do that, yeah. Where to watch live? Just wipe. TNT Sports 3. TNT Sports 3. You're the best, thanks, fella. Stephen Hall. Appreciate that. I don't think I am, but we'll get there in the end. So thank you very much for the support. Thank you very much for that. And yeah, we can see the highlights from yesterday. And I think it will be interesting for Sullivan to see what he can do. Sort of find his form from yesterday, you know, on the breaks. He had really good breaks yesterday. He had some good today. I mean, you have to say he had a 139. I'm pretty sure he had another century there. Ronnie fans, please raise your hands, everyone. I mean, I cannot not respond to that one. There you go. And if I find a hand emoji, I'll find it. But if not, then I ain't going to waste too much time on it. There you go. Found it. So, Ronnie has already made enough money, dude. Yes, I agree with you regarding motivation. I believe it's vice versa. I think it's a little bit of both. I think he has got enough money, but there's never too much money for him, if you get what I mean. Like, he's still going to be more motivated by the tournaments that offer him more money than the ones that offer him less. You know, the fans that are a massive part of the sport, you know, the sport itself, the competition for him is really important. Stuff like that. Live stream available in India if anyone knows, please. Is there any way to watch on mobile? Just vibe. Stephen Hall with a £1 super chat. Wow, thank you very much. That is the first one of many. And yeah, I will definitely put W Stephen Hall in the chat. So thank you very much. Appreciate that, yeah. I do have to say, I expected that one to come a lot later on, but I suppose it is the final, so thank you very much for that. And he said I am the best, so Stephen, thank you very much for the support. In the spring, when he smashed his cue, I'm on the money incidents unbecoming. Yeah, I suppose Ronnie's always been that temperament guy that, you know, if he doesn't have things go his way, you'll be trying to blame himself first. You know, one thing you have to say, he always takes the blame on himself, but also he does tend to, you know, be frustrated on the table, on the conditions, and the cue as well. But to be fair to him, he does blame himself. Stephen the legend, yeah, exactly, he is the legend. Come on, Ronnie, strike hard. Goldie, I would like him to strike accurate. I wouldn't say hard. Stephen the legend, yeah, exactly. Stephen Hendry, that is brilliant from Stephen. Thank you very much for the support once more. There is any way to watch it online. Michael Zalazzo, I'm not sure if you are outside of UK. I would have guessed Eurosport, WST app, but if you're in the UK, TNT Sports 3 and Discovery Plus channel as well. There we go. Mark Shelby, jump with 3 max. Chitrakorn Nungamon. He needs to find one more here because he only got 2 of them. Well, I say he only got 2 of them in one match, you know, in 2 hours of time. He didn't get one for 7 years and all of a sudden he got 2 within 2 hours time. So, you know, Ronnie has been trying to get more money to the sport, which eventually will enable other snooker players to earn more. Ismail Rashid, I think, you know, when I say he's playing for the money as a 40% of reason why he's playing, you have to remember that he is the person that's done the most for the sport in the history. The way he speaks up about the sport, the way he speaks up about the needs for the players, and he doesn't do it just for himself because he won't be here in the competition for a while. He's not immortal. You know, as great Gatecrasher UA was playing, he ain't a spring chicken anymore. He will be. He will be motivated, just not for himself, but for his legacy as well, but for the legacy of the sport. Because if you think about it, he's done everything he had to. He's done everything he could, and he's just enjoying himself there. Yes, he's earning money, but I think number one priority thing for him is to be enjoying himself. And yeah, the things that he does for the sport are really incredible and can't be underestimated. The things to make the new record, sure. You mean the 8th world title? He says he doesn't, but I suppose psychologically you would. I think a couple of days ago, was it after the Wilson match, I saw him say that it was brilliant to win the first one, it was brilliant to win the second one, third one, fourth one. And then the 5th, 6th and 7th, it was like, alright. But I do wonder if that 8th one will feel so much bigger to him. He thinks yeah, I saw that one. I think he really wants the 8th title. He won't admit it, but he kills him to be title Hendry. And he will keep going until he beats it. And if he does, he will retire. I think it's a logical thing. You know, Hamilton had a similar thing in Formula 1 where you would have thought in 2021, if he beats Schumacher's record with 8 titles, he retires. Never happened yet. Sullivan will be looking to the same thing, so I can't wait to watch live match. Yeah, exactly, TNT Sports 3. Gatecrasher seems to be on it. And I think with Hendry wise, I don't think he has got a competition with Hendry. I think he likes to be in the history books. I think he likes to write his name in, you know, like the best one, but he likes the stats, he likes those little numbers that he gets. But I don't think he compares himself with Hendry because very different era, and yeah, I just think it would have been brilliant to see Hendry in this era, but I don't think he would have been the 7-time world champion, as he has admitted himself. It would just be very different for him. Now Senny very busy to make his cues. I mean, that's the perfect advertisement, if there ever was one, for Sunny Akani, the former Thailand pro. I'm not sure if he's still a pro, but certainly the maker of the cue for Ronnie O'Sullivan. And the key, of course, that is in the history books for making 2 maximums within 2 hours. Second player to after Jackson Page to do that in a professional tournament. Page doing that in the World Championship qualifiers, and O'Sullivan doing that on the televised semi-final at Snooker Masters here. So certainly keeping that man busy. As we run out of charts for me to respond. And with that, I will check the odds right now because I'm quite curious. As Man City are winning 3-0, what a surprise. I'm so glad I don't have to watch that. It would have been boring to death. Neil Robertson here with a chance to win. So 1.55 for Robertson and 2.5 for Ronnie. So I'd say reasonable odds if you think about it. Yeah, Robertson being 2 frames ahead and Ronnie being probably the man in form right now, winning 3 frames on the bounce. Ronnie O'Sullivan doesn't need the money. He likes playing the game. Stephen Hall. I mean, I don't want to argue with you, Stephen, because you said in Super Chat, but I'm tempted to. I think money is the reason. I don't think it's the reason, but I think it's a reason. Please do talk about Mika Hakkinen, the only guy who truly challenged the great Schumacher. I've seen the highlights, Krishna Kumar. I wasn't born back then, so I can't really say about it, but I think Schumacher, Alonso, Hamilton, all of them speak really highly of Mika because he probably won, apart from Alonso, which did it towards the end of the career for Michael. Mika Hakkinen was the only real guy. You know, I know they had the Hill battle, the Villeneuve battle when he was at Ferrari, but Hakkinen was the one, of course, that was able to get 2 titles away from him. He just needs to stop to receive order because he needs more time for the special queue. I mean, he needs to make sure he doesn't lose the magic, because if he just prints them out like cash, you know, it devalues the queues. Mika was great. He pushed Schumacher hard. Well, I would have liked to see that era. I'm not too sad that I haven't seen Prime Schumacher, Prime Hakkinen. I've seen Prime Hamilton. I've seen bits of Prime Alonso. I've seen certainly bits of Prime Vettel. You know, the likes of Kimi Räikkönen, Jenson Button. So I've seen a good era of Formula 1. Nico Rosberg. You're right, needs the money for bills, lol. Yeah, I suppose it's a good point. What does he need the money for? But the thing about Ronnie is, when you talk about Ronnie and him being a professional for 30 years, I think the reason you have to say, and funnily enough, my father used to say that when one of the first conversation ever, I think it was him that asked me, what do you want to be in the future? And I was like, I want to be a professional snooker player. And he said, well, you don't really want to be doing that because the money is not there. And you have a look at someone like Sullivan, and the money wasn't there at the time for him. Of course, it has changed recently with Shanghai Masters, Saudi Arabian Masters, stuff like that. But I think he's earning a lot more right now with all the contracts, with all the sponsors, as he keeps mentioning on the interviews, with the biggest prize money ever the snooker had, you know, any exhibition matches that he plays. Have a great night, keep strong, your channel is going places. Thank you very much, Stephen Hall. I mean, I do really appreciate the super chat once again. So yeah, have a great night too. And we'll see where the channel is going, hopefully pretty soon. Manunib says game over. I would say game on, as the players finally get back for the match here. And it will be very much Neil Robertson, hopefully feeling the pressure from my perspective. I don't think he will be feeling too much pressure as Ronnie O'Sullivan, as he just seems to be the man without pressure. Please do watch Mika Hakkinen with Michael, Spa, Belgium. I think you're talking about 2000, because I don't think Mika Hakkinen was in 2008 and Michael wasn't actually. So I'm pretty sure you're talking about 2000, Belgium, Spa F1. You will be confused as to whom to support. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're talking about them 2001. Bless you, peace everyone. Same Stephen Hall, and once again, W Stephen in the chat. Can't do that first time. There you go. O'Sullivan here with a good opening shot, and it's Robertson with an early sort of trouble, as he can't really find an easy safety shot. Can try cross double, but I think the angle is not quite there. So the question is he going for the pot? And if he is, can he get the cue ball past to the ball carrier? Needs to do that, of course. Takes his time on the shot. And smashes it really, really well. A bit unlucky, I would say, because he doesn't really land on the black as well as he deserved after that shot. But it's a perfect response from Robertson, you know. Talk about feeling the pressure. He certainly wasn't feeling any pressure there. Really good shot there. Should that snooker shootout one frame event still count as a ranking event, which is taking place in the... Yeah, I saw that one. Tom Ford won that one last year, didn't he? I think it should, because it does require a certain level of skill, but I think it's one of those... I would still have it higher up than the Championship League, you know, the one they play at the start of the tournament. I just call it the warm-up. So, yeah, safety, just a safety here from Neil. He obviously realised that the angle on the black wasn't anywhere near good enough to get a break out of it. And now O'Sullivan going to be trying responding. He goes for the shot into the corner. And the question is, has he got away with it? So he's played the red along the cushion there. He's left it over the pocket, but the cue ball is underneath it. So I'm not quite sure if Robertson can find the angle. In fact, I'm probably sure he can't. And he'll probably just have to play a safety off that, because absolutely you can't believe in that shot on. I mean, let's see. He might be able to pot it, but I don't think he's got the angle for it. Yeah, he certainly didn't. And Sullivan gets away with that one. Bro, Neil can steal from. You mean the break? No, you couldn't. You already lost the break on the black. So certainly nothing doing there. As this time, Ronnie comes up with a really good safety in the end. Cue ball lands comfortably on the ball cushion. Neil will be looking to do the same thing. So nice of you to discuss other sports as well. Thanks to you. You know what, Krishna Kumar? I think that was the whole point for me, because I always thought about it. Like, I don't watch any movies, any sort of series massively. So I am very much a fan of sport. And with me having, I'd say, some base knowledge in 4 of them, is being Formula 1, football, snooker and tennis recently, I think it will be a little bit of a waste not to discuss it. There's a decent safety here from Robertson, but O'Sullivan has got a chance of a long pot. He turns him down though, so I think the reason for that is the black and the pink are very much the 2 balls that are covered. Good safety found there from O'Sullivan. As once again, it's Robertson's turn. Kanish, he's ahead, only 3 frames to win for the victory. Yeah. I think he can still do it, because you know he only needs to frame. He only really needs a frame to get himself back in with a momentum and a clear chance, because if he gets himself with an 8-5 lead or a 9-6 lead or something like that, he's still going to have plenty more opportunities. But so far, after that brilliant long pot of his, he doesn't seem to come up with any good safety here, and O'Sullivan is just edging closer to that potential opener, but is massively compromised by the fact that, you know, the main 2 colours for the break building for O'Sullivan, the black and the pink, are all covered up. As O'Sullivan tries to change that, tries to open up pink, doesn't really succeed in doing that. And Neil's turn now, but Ronnie's putting the pressure for sure. Yeah, he has been for the last 3 frames, obviously winning 3 on the bounce, doing everything right there. So it's a good thing for him, but I'd say he probably needs 1 more. You know, I'm always going to be greedy, especially as a Ronnie fan. He needs 1 more and hopefully 2 more to get himself, you know, 7-all. All of a sudden it's very much game on and pressure on Neil at that time. Ronnie has a chance to pot. Not really, like he's had one for a while, but he's turned it down because of the low colour availability. So I reckon he'll be safeties for a while here. Well, at least for the next couple of shots each. You never know how each shot will pan out, and maybe one of the balls will open up. Krishna Kumar Varajula, yes, thank you very much. As you are waving to us, I'm not sure if that's bye or hello. Probably bye, because you've been here for a while. From that logic, O'Sullivan there gets away with one as he pushes the red over the corner pocket. Cue ball ends up dead on the cushion, and the red ball probably does end up on the cushion itself. So an exchange of safeties here. Neither player wants to risk it. Especially Robertson, after losing 3 frames in a row, wants to ensure that he will win this one. And Sullivan, of course, will have other plans, and we're about to see which one of them is going to be right here. Neil has a chance. He does, but probably is going to turn it down once again because of the low color availability. I reckon both of them will keep turning it down for a while. But Neil here goes for an opportunity which wasn't really there, so surprised to see that shot from Neil. And all of a sudden now, with a little kiss, the pink is now going to one of the middle pockets, and Sullivan is in with a chance. It's not a gimme by any stretch of imagination, but once again, Robertson, just after being patient, just seems to be blinking first every single time, and Ronnie here has a chance to put the cue ball back into the bulk area to put himself safe. Does that. In fact, he's played for the blue there, and he's landed absolutely perfectly. So, if you are a Ronnie fan, you might be enjoying it, because he seems to be on a break here. Even though it's just 1 point for now. The position is a bit crap, if I'm honest with you, but it is Ronnie at the end of the day, so you can make a diamond out of any piece of crap on the snooker table. Latifi will, though. To seal the frame, absolutely not. To get himself with, you know, sort of 20, 30 points for now, and then anything else he does that will be, after that will be a bonus. Because, as I say, the position does not look promising at all. Black is covered up. The pink will have to be freed to be going to low pockets. So, Sullivan's done the first part. Freed up the pink nicely. So, that'll help him as he's now got pink and the blue. So, the one that I said 20, 30 points potentially could turn into 30, 40 points here. As he's now on the break of 13 already. Appreciate you not putting ads on Jota's video. I wouldn't anyway, but I can't do that because it's not me that decides. It's YouTube that decides, and I'm pretty sure you will put ads on Jota's video because it hasn't got any special filters. So, as sad as that is, I would have liked him to not do that because it's not a video for monetization. It's just a little touch from the bottom of the soul. But it's not me that decides that. He has a chance to steal. Not to steal, but to very much have a chance of stealing at the end. I think he can't really win this frame in one visit. I would love him to. But still, way too many reds are covered up by the black. He's got 20 points though at his name already, and he's got a couple of more reds that he can potentially try and pot. But the positional play has to be perfect on every single one of those, as he's got the little maze routes that he has to navigate through to succeed here. 27 points already. Oh, nice, yeah. Banzai, exactly. Come on, yeah, absolutely, come on. Come on, Ronnie. How many reds available? I would say 1 or 2. As he's got 28 points to his name. Will be on the pink. So potentially he's going to stun the cue ball onto the pink spot and then make the pink go onto the brown spot to ensure he's got a clear chance of the red. He's got one that he's covering up the right side of the pocket, but he's landed really awkwardly there, so not too sure what the approach was there. Maybe he was aiming for that shot, but I think you'll be going for this shot for a little safety in mind. Yeah, he was kind of, because he lands on the blue. He overhit that one slightly, so he definitely had a safety in there, but he ended up in no man's land slightly, so not the best shot for Ronnie, but 35 points on the board in the position like this. And in a frame like this, that could become really, really scrappy. Could still be very important. Hope Luca Brussel, the Belgian bullet, returns to form this season, because one of them players who is exciting to watch. You know what? I've never been a fan of Luca, but too many people have been saying to me that you just hate him for no reason. So I probably would have to concede the argument on that one, because I never really liked Brussel massively, but maybe I'll change my approach when I see a little bit more of him. As Sullivan hammers that red in, 41 points scored. He's got a pink here, and he'll probably have to land in behind one of those reds to play them in the middle pocket. So a tough shot this is, and a tough pot as well. So needs to make sure this pink is in the pocket, because once again, with around 83 points on the table, it's really important. Number one target for Ronnie has to be not to miss right now. And just stay consistent. How many frames? Best of 19, so first to 10. First to 10 here, so 3 more frames needed for Neil, and you can see the reaction from Ronnie that he's going to be the end of a break, as he just overlanded a little bit. You're doing a great job by giving this commentary. Hats off. Thank you. I mean, you're doing a great job of being a really nice audience, Krishna Kumar. Thank you very much. Appreciate all the compliments. But yeah, no commentary on the break well now, because O'Sullivan had to play a safety there, and the break ends in 47. He's played a really good safety though, O'Sullivan, putting Robertson almost into a snooker position. I think he can see the edge of one of those two reds on the left side. As you can see there on your screen, 83 points still remaining on the table. And yes, Ganesh Cowley is very much the break end here for the Rocket. But I probably would like him to end the breaks early rather than, miss one. As you can see there, he's played a really good safety, and in the end, he comes up with, I'm pretty sure, a chance for Ronnie to get himself back into a frame and potentially win it this time around. Only needs a couple of more shots. Plays this one with a lot of power, and in the end lands on the pink quite nicely. Not the easy shot here for the pink for the middle, but the one that you would expect him to pot. Just going to struggle a little bit with the angle on it, so has to find the route to end up on one of the reds. Break start, Kanish Kohli. It's very much a break start here for Ronnie. I'm back, Ahmad Abbas. Yes, you were the first person, and now you're once again in and amongst the mix. How to see live from Pakistan? That's a question to the chat. How many points on the table at the moment? So points left there, so a new graphic there that I introduced. Points left on the table, 75, you can see just below my face. So yes, still 6 reds on the table, as Sullivan seems to be taking his time on this shot. A very important pink here, because number one priority has to be to pot it, but the perfect world, he would want to land on one as well, is he decides to go for a 3 cushion. Brilliant positional shot. In the end, lands exactly where he would have liked it. There you go, Gekrisha, you found it. And yes, so a couple of more pots and it will be 4 frames on the bounce here for Ronnie. So a fairy tale could just about to continue here. Still needs to get over the line first. As you can see, 67 points on the table. 61 he is ahead, and made that 62 with 59 ahead. So really good stuff here from the Rocket. As he gets another frame on the board here, safe to say, after he pots another pink. Now Robertson needs 3 snookers to get back in this frame, and safe to say he won't be coming back to the table in this particular frame. There's really good response there from O'Sullivan after it looked like he was down and out. All of a sudden, once again, he's the one to come back in this match and come back in style. Gonna be losing by only 1 frame with still a lot more action to come. You had that option of point left. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think that idea of you was really nice, and I was surprised to see that I actually managed to do it quite quickly. So good stuff. How to see live depends on your location. Yeah, exactly. Gate ratio U8 nails that one. Depends on your location. Brother, kindly tell me how to watch this live match. Yeah, once again, if you're in the UK, TNT Sports 3 is the way to do it. Neil is under immense pressure. He will be now. You see it. You said that a frame ago or so. You'll certainly be under immense pressure here, because it's Rocket that he's dominating. There we go. As I need to set the score line up correctly here. There we go. So a break of 54 here for Ronnie. I don't think, obviously he can't get a century here, but he can get a really good break here just to make sure he doesn't leave anything on the table. And clearance from the player like Ronnie is always a nice thing to see. But a perfect jinx there, probably at not the worst time, as he misses the brown as I'm speaking. So a frame goes the way of Ronnie O'Sullivan once again, and he's 4 in the bounce. So 7-2 turns into 7-6 in no time whatsoever. Great match going on. I mean, it is. I mean, it's a pleasure to be commentating on it, because, at 7-2 it looked like it was going to be an early finish. And then all of a sudden, O'Sullivan turns up with a banger. Now you know why Rocky is called the Rocket. Well, I said it exactly like he's, he's. I do want to just see how many minutes has he spent on the last 4 frames. I'll get that stat a little bit later on, but certainly hasn't been more than half an hour, which is incredible. Sort of 7 minutes per frame. Good stuff, that is. Game on, the Rocket is back. He very much is. I mean, within touching distance. He's never been ahead in this match though, so that's the next milestone for him. Looks like it. The pressure is on firmly on Neil now. Yeah, the pressure has been on Neil for 4 frames now, and he hasn't been able to come back with anything. But I suppose in defense of Ronnie, he has done everything he had to do in those matches. What's your name? I'll put it once again in the chat as I have done in the first session. It's a difficult one because I've got the longer one and I've got the shortened version of it. So there you go. The one in the chat. Ronnie can Selby Robertson. He has a safety game for it. Well, yeah. If you don't know what Selby means, is basically in 2020 in the semi-final, Mark Selby was winning the semi-final by 15 games. No, was it 16-14? He was winning, and in the end, Ronnie took it by 25 minutes. He took the last 3 frames. The decider was on fire, by the way, and yeah, booked himself to a final and absolutely crushed Wilson that year. So won his 6th world title, I think it was. The coach is on fire. Yeah, he is at the moment. Thank you for your kind commentary. Oh, pleasure, Sunwell. Pleasure. Thank you for joining. Told you Robertson can't finish out the match. I'm all here for it. I mean, I think someone did call it beforehand, and he will struggle over the line. And I'm all here for it. Slowly but surely, Tom Williams, I still remember you, the one that said he's going to finish 10-7 outright and Ronnie will win it. He's all of a sudden now, he's won 4 frames on the bounce. If he wins 4 more, that'll be a call of the decade, I would say, especially in sports commentary. In safety battle, I think Selby best in the world. Yeah, but he's not the most enjoyable player to watch, is he? The decider was, remember, it certainly was. It certainly was. Anyone know any websites to watch live? TNT Sports 3 is one of them. I'm not sure. Discovery Plus, maybe? You can check it out on WST, official snooker website. I'm pretty sure they'll let you know on there. There's always a delay when the rocket launches, but then it shoots itself out of the Earth in no time. Really good analogy, that is. And sometimes the rocket is just a little bit off the marks and launches way too late. But this time, hopefully hasn't. The Rocket is back in the match. Yes, he is, Ismail. He very much is. Still, I have to say, I want him to just keep that momentum going and going for just as many frames as possible. Just don't get overexcited. You're still behind and you're playing really, really well. Don't let Robertson back in this match. Long pot attempt there from Ronnie. Straight away. Missed. Not too bad of a circumstance for that, to be fair, because he was always going to land on the black ball cushion there and not leave anything simple for Neil, and he hasn't. 10-7 lands. Manchester City is winning. What a surprise, Mohsin Muller. What a surprise. I would pretend that I care, but I really, really don't. The Liverpool-Bournemouth match was brilliant to watch, but, Manchester, I'm back at it. I'll wait till they play someone decent. And then we can talk about it, but the title race should be really good this season. The Johnny Duke channel, Sony's Q's Magic, definitely. Match started, yes. Started with a long pot, a 10 from Sullivan. Didn't come up with anything, but didn't risk anything, so I suppose it's a win-win in either way. Once again, Ronnie decides to try and split the black straight away to get it freed up. A clever shot there, and doesn't give any sort of momentum away. As you can see, please tell me who has pot chance. Neither of them so far. Robertson will probably go for a safety once again, because I think the one thing you have to say, apart from the obvious mistakes, both players have been really good in safety. So Robertson there with a little risky shot, but ends up nicely for him. 40 sucks. I disagree with that. I think football is great, especially professional one. Ronnie's odds, as I said, were 7-1 an hour ago, and now even money to win it. Exactly. Yeah, he just That's what you love about Snook. I don't think he'll be even money now. I suppose he hasn't given anything away massively. No, he has. Because Sullivan just missed a long pot opportunity and he has given Robertson a chance into this frame. So something that you would like to avoid, but he hasn't been able to do that so far. So biased. I am. You know what, Sally Archer, I am biased, but I can't do anything with it. That's what makes a good watch-along for me, because if you're biased, you can acknowledge Robertson having a really good pot, as he did now, a long pot, and lands really well on the yellow, but I'm always going to be biased as a Ronnie fan. It's the same as I was commentating, Liverpool match or sort of, Kostyuk match on tennis. Of course I'd be biased, but still, I think I do have a little bit of knowledge to acknowledge one of the players doing really well in terms of the skill. And one thing I will say about Robertson is, I don't think he's done an awful lot of wrong in those four frames that he's lost. Some of the chances he's missed were a little bit weird, but it was Ronnie's brilliance for the most of them, and now Robertson has to come back with some brilliance of his. Who's favourite now? Probably Robertson still, just about, because he's on the frame. I'd still say he's really close, but just about Robertson for me. And yeah, he's on a break here. A break of 11 so far. So we'll be looking to make it a one visit frame, because the position is certainly good enough for it. So 12 points on the board here for Robertson. On the black here, so he's got a couple, I'd say 3 or 4 reds in a really nice position, and should do the damage from there. Red Spirit, exactly. I was set for another fairy tale match. This frame is sort of gone against the script a little bit, so Robertson is going really well here on the break. Early doors, but doing the thing he has to do. Get himself back at least within 2 frame cushion. Ronnie has won quite a few matches from behind to win. Could this be another? Yes, but I think he also has lost a couple when he was behind. And Neil Robertson is one of those players that you don't really want to be 4 frames behind, because, as I say, when he has got a chance, he's more likely than not to deliver. Ronnie let him off a little bit. Still, Robertson needs to make sure he finishes this frame off in one visit. We'll be looking to do that. Good shot there from Robertson. Needs to get a lucky kiss of the pink. So the pink is now out of the equation. He still is on the blue, but landed on the wrong side of it. So probably he'll have to use the 3 cushion escape down the bulk line to get himself in the prime position at the bottom of the table. Jolawolska, Ronnie, hi from Poland. Yes, certainly, hi to Poland. A really great place there. I've been there for a month, and yeah, great place, great city, Warsaw, great people as well. And not a great escape there from Robertson, because the shot he's played, it was probably the right shot to play. 3 cushion escape down the bulk line. He got the yellow right in the head though, so it is most likely to be the end of a break here. And, talk about, any difficult reds. Well, there was one difficult sort of positional shot, and Robertson seems to have failed himself there to an extent. He tried to go for a red there with the safety in mind. Has he got blue to cover him up? And I think he has not, because there's no hand of apology there, which you would expect if blue was in his way. So Robertson doing something that usually you would expect Ronnie to do. But could this be a way back into this frame for Ronnie? Only 33 points scored for Robertson. Ronnie here with a chance to hopefully get himself back in the frame. Told you Ronnie would be back. Yeah, I have to say your prediction has been way better than mine, Tom Williams. Hopefully that will be the case throughout the match as well. Ooh, Ronnie there. I think he was just about eliminating that red in the end because he had no power and no spin in it. So I think it was more of a safety thing about Ronnie that he just had to get that red out of the pocket and face a better safety shot from one of the ball colours as he asked the referee to clean the white. Don't think he'll be taking the black on because there's just no real reason for it. Come on, Ronnie. John Williams, exactly. Any chance for Ronnie to clinch the frame? I mean, not from this position. If he landed perfectly on the black, I say every single chance, but not from here. Let him, dude. Let Robertson win this frame. No, Krishna Kumar, don't let him have this frame. Don't let him have any frames. You know, win this match 10-7. It's a perfect world. Don't tell me O'Sullivan's taking this black on. He has, and you know what? He's only gone and done it. Talk about any chance of Ronnie clinching this frame. Well, there's every chance now as all of a sudden the situation that was turning into a little bit of a nightmare for him in this frame could just turn this frame on its head. Told you guys, 10-7. Watch, I mean, that was foolish of you to say that at 7-2. At 7-6 and Ronnie on the break, it's certainly not foolish to do that now. Still has a lot of work to do here, Ronnie. We'll see. At least make it 7-all for now and then we can talk in the future frames. Still 91 points left on the table, so you won't need the yellow and the pink that are very much hampered there on the left side of the cushion. Needs to be clinical here though. Not the worst shot at all because now every single red apart from the one on the left cushion is freed up. And he's got a straightforward red to play here as well. Is there literally no video streams available? Nothing that I'm aware of, but there's always one you can find on the internet. Easy money, 100 to 450 pounds. I mean, if you have bet on Ronnie when he was losing by a couple of frames, fair play. Bro, how many easy reds? I'd say at least 7. Don't want to jinx it too early, but I'd say at least 7. So it should be more than good enough for him to win the match. To win the frame, I should say. Not to win the match. You can't win the match in one frame visit when you're 4 frames from it. But you can try to do the damage in this particular frame and get himself back on level terms for the first time since it being 1-all. Not over yet. Absolutely not over yet. You know, don't count your chickens yet. Ooh, that was wobbly, you know. The black barely crept into the pocket, got the front jaw. It's the last jaw that you want to be catching, especially from the black there. Got away with it there, Sullivan. The good news is he was always going to play it with for the black to drop, so not applying any power, which would have surely killed any chance of putting the black. But right now, builds in the break, and now only 1 point behind Robertson. Brother Wild colleague Kanish, come on O'Sullivan, I wouldn't be surprised to see him come back and win this column. I would. I'm always surprised when he comes back from those, you know, 3, 4, 5 frames back and still delivers, but doesn't mean I'm not going to enjoy it. You know, it will be really sad for Robertson's point of view, but we're still not there, and he's still behind technically. Looking to make it 7-all here, as he's got 3 more reds and a black to deal with. Any colours will do there, and Robertson should need snookers. So he already put himself in a really nice position in this frame because Robertson will be the one who needs the yellow. He's really in a bad position, but I don't think O'Sullivan will be worrying about that one too much because he would want this frame over in one visit. Ronnie looking into a favourite to win frame 14. Yeah, very much so. Very much so. I mean, it would be a little bit of a waste here if he doesn't win the frame 14 from here, as he has a really good shot on the black. Screw back onto the red, onto the middle. So 24 points is the gap now, with 43 on the table. So a black, a red and another colour will do him nicely for a 7-all draw. Who would have thought that after 7-2 advantage and Robertson winning the opening frame of the session, O'Sullivan could win 5 on the bounce. There you go, he's got 1 more black to do it, and Robertson will need snookers already. Robertson is the man. Well, he's not at the moment. He's the man at losing 5 frames in a row here. That's the thing for sure. 10-8 to Ronnie. Yeah, certainly. I mean, I'll be there. Do you think Ronnie will get a 147? No. No, he hasn't had a sniff so far, as he dispatches the red brilliantly there. So frame is certainly over, and it will be a really good performance from O'Sullivan to win 5 frames in a row. As you can see, he tried to free up. Oh, I see what you're saying there. So technically he put it 10 blacks and 10 reds there. Well, nowhere near for the maximum. We would have been a little minimum, as I would call it. But it is an 80 break in the end. That is good enough to win him the frame. Once again, a real solid performance there from O'Sullivan. And 7-2 lead from Robertson turns into 7-all. So really good stuff here. Century, no, but probably there was no real chance in it because the pink and the yellow were the colors that you needed for the century. In the end, you couldn't get any of them. Wow, amazing, exactly. Damn, Neil gonna be too tired mentally. Let's go. Yash Verma, probably, yeah. I mean, we've been saying this for a couple of frames now, but when you win 5 on the bounce, of course you would expect him to lose 1 at some point, but you know, after winning 5 in a row, who says he can't win 3 in a row now? You know, those 5 frames are in the past for Ronnie, and he'll be looking to get himself ahead for the first time, of course. Please give a shout out to my bro. It's his 40th, Nick Gurr. He always watches you. Always correct 100. I don't think he always watches me because I only did 4 streams. But anyway, I'll give a massive shout out to Nick Gurr and a happy birthday to Nick. Thank you for the watching, and gonna win the 8th in a row. Hopefully 100% you're saying. Well, you've been spot on with your predictions so far, so I'll be there if he does. Yes, Ronnie is the man, says AK47. Exactly. Happy birthday, Nick. Yep, joining Larry there. Come on, Ronnie. Robertson moves up a gear here. Well, does he? He hasn't really got any momentum to be doing that. Yeah, Robertson probably doubting himself now. I don't think he'll be doubting himself. He just realised that he's up against an all-time greatest here, and if he has a chance, he'll try and make sure he makes the most out of it, and if he hasn't, there's not an awful lot he can do there. Game on now, says Marty 8370. Yeah, exactly, 7-all the game. Yeah, come on, O'Sullivan, says Alex, joining you there. No crowds in the Crucible is far better. I mean, it's an interesting one, and it's an interesting topic for a discussion. O'Sullivan was asked about the atmosphere here, and I do have to say, it's very different from Sheffield, and it's very different from the sort of UK Championship, the German Masters, you know, the Northern Ireland Open, the Welsh Open, the Scottish Open. But O'Sullivan has said about it, basically, there's a real difference there in mentality between the Middle East crowd and the American crowd. He compared it a little bit like US Open and Wimbledon. You know, in America, he said they're cheering like crazy, and in Wimbledon, it's an alright atmosphere. So every atmosphere is different, but he says it's really cozy and really warm for him. Game started, not yet. It's still a break, and has it been 4 frames yet? No. So we should be back shortly for a frame. So not yet here. Whose shot is on the 15th frame? I think it will be Robertson's shot because he'll be the one to break. No, he won't be. I got that one wrong. It will be O'Sullivan to break. So it's his shot right now, and he's ready to do that. Come on, Ronnie. Ronnie almost back to winning ways. Great to see. Yes, Cad. He's 1 frame away from being the man ahead for the first time here at the final. Only the 3rd time he is tied this match up. Especially, well, of course, the first one was at the start with 0-0. The second one was 1-1. Then Robertson looked like he was going to run away with it and finish the match off with 7-2. But Rocket came back with 7-all performance here. I remember Ronnie made a similar comeback. Well, you can't have Ronnie making a comeback against Ronnie a few years ago. I mean, he can't be playing himself unless it's practice. I'm pretty sure you mean Robertson. Yeah, I think if you're talking about the Tour Championship, you might be right with that one. The atmosphere is a bit more relaxed, I believe. I think it's just cozy, and I think they're enjoying it, but you know, they're not going to cheer like crazy like they said in the UK Championship or something. Mika was my passion, but Schumacher is my hero. I still pray for him. It really sad the story for Schumacher, of course. After having retired in 2012, he had that horrible accident, and still, his destiny still remains to be seen. as his family very much keeping that privacy away from the public, as they should. Ronnie looks like young again. I mean, in his play he certainly does. I wouldn't say he looks too young, but with the way he's played the last 5 frames, you would say the prime Ronnie's back. But can he get 3 more? And then all of a sudden, you could say that he's the comeback for the ages, especially doing that in the final. And Ronnie against Ronnie, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who's watching the boxing later? I think Gate Crasher UA will be. I'm pretty sure he's a fan of boxing, from my knowledge. I don't think I will be. I had more of a chance in watching Alcaraz against Zverev in the semi-final, but thought against it in the end. Ronnie looks unstoppable today. In the second session, yes, but I'd still say he's not over the line. And he's not even ahead. He's only tied himself up. In your dreams, the game... Well, maybe it is in my dreams, but Ronnie will be looking to make that the reality for himself. I don't think he'd care too many about what my dreams are. I think he'd care about the prize money, the ranking points, and winning the title for the first time in 17 months. From recent new events, I like Riyadh season, hopes of someone will make 167 break the season. Whatever you think about Saudi Arabia, the Riyadh season has been a new home for snooker and boxing at least. I mean, my knowledge of boxing is not that great, but the revolution of the events going in Saudi has been a real breath of fresh air there. Robertson now lining up a potential long shot. Those are the ones he now is forced to pot. And lands that one really nicely and ends up on the blue as well. So very much has a chance here once again here, Neil Robertson. Who do you support though, Carlos or Sinner? I don't really have a horse in that race. I don't necessarily like Sinner for some of his Russian connections in the past, but I say Alcaraz for me slightly, but you haven't really got a horse in the race. I like Draper though, number 3 ranking. I'm pretty sure he's missing Cincinnati, and then he'll be back in US Open next week. What price is Ronnie? For the bookies, I can't be asked to check mid frame. I'll check it whoever wins this frame, as Robertson is on a break here. Looking to put himself back ahead. 4 points on the board. Position looks decent. A couple of reds tied to each other, so I'd say he's got around 5-6 reds available. Who shot his opening shot? So Yassir is Robertson with the break so far. Let's see just how many points he can score of those. He had a couple of chances, Robertson, but he needs to make sure he sort of puts those struggles and pressure behind him and starts to be winning some frames. Hergovic is in the ring right now. Yeah, there you go. I knew Gate Ratio was gonna be all over it. Yeah, it's like the prime event now, and I always look forward to that 167 event now. Good stuff. Sinner every time. Yeah, Sinner was playing really well. I've seen his match against Ajur Al-Asim, and I was actually thinking that Ajur Al-Asim was gonna put some pressure on the guy, but then he just puts a bagel on him in the first set. So yeah, Sinner looks to be the man on another planet here. Let's see if Alcaraz can do anything to him. I think he'll be the only one as a challenger. I think, has he got that 18-year-old qualifier from France in the semi-final? So it should be a breeze for him. Sinner is a major talent. Yeah, he is. Certainly is, you have to say. Mika and Ronnie are similar in aggression and darling. Once again, Krishna Kumar seems to be Mika Hakkinen #1 fan here. Can't really say anything to that because, you know, Ronnie to be back to the table soon. Tom Williams, well, you'll be hoping for that. I'll be hoping for that. And Robertson will be one of those who don't hope to do that, because that will, of course, mean that he will have to make some sort of mistake or get really unlucky if he wants to make some sort of risky splits. Hergovic, but he has a deep cut over his right eye. Well, there you go. There's your update, Marty. 83-70. Neil will miss a shot very soon. From purely the logical point of view and the tendency in the recent frames, you would expect that, as once again, he hasn't got any sort of momentum, as this break of 17, looking to make that 19, has dragged for a while. So we'll see. He cuts too easily nowadays. There you go. Why is he hardly talking about snooker? Because right now Robertson is taking about a minute on every shot, and you know, you've got 17 points on the board. is looking to line up a yellow. And he's been looking to do that for a minute now. And you can see he's still doing it, so not an awful lot to talk about. As I said, I've mentioned that Ronnie came back from being 7-2 down to 7-all. Robertson has the pressure on him, as he's had for the last couple of frames, to try and put himself back ahead. Let him win this frame, dude. I wouldn't say that. Don't let him win any of the frames. Just take it with a 10-7 win, you know. Right history, once again, 8 frames on the bounce. Who says no? Hi, Sasha. Good evening, sir. You messed up the first H was a little bit of an odd one, so you had to do it with that one. But hello, I appreciate the effort. Robertson here with a good shot of his, as he's now back on the reds and the lower part of the table. Now, can he be playing around the black spot? So, you know, those two of you that were saying that he's going to miss in a couple of shots. Well, it's not looking likely now, as he's finally looking to take a frame on the board to make it an 8-7 in his advantage. Is the pack open? Some of it is, some of it isn't, because you've got 2 pairs of reds stuck to each other. So he's going to try to pull those 2 apart, pull those 4 apart, I should say, and then he's got 1 ball on each cushion, both left and right. So not straightforward from here, but still should be good enough to make himself favourite for the frame, as he decides to split up those first bunch of 2, and he does it really successfully there. So 30 points scored. He's taking his time here, Robertson, and that's the sound of a pressure for me. I was watching score, yeah. Ardea is in the fight for sure. Man United v Arsenal tomorrow, 4:30. Any predictions? Well, my predictions for Man United against Arsenal is that it will be a boring match. You know, controversially, I think United at Old Trafford are going to do the thing they have done last season and park the bus in front of the opposition that they're going to expect to be better, as Robertson puts the pink on the brown spot. Not literally, I mean, he'll be disqualified from that. The referee does it for him. 38 points on the board. It's now good on the black, but yeah, I'm not really looking forward to that one. It's a good game from the names perspective, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was a 0-0 or a 1-1 draw. I'd probably still watch it. I wouldn't do the same sort of thing for it yet, because A, I think it's too early, and B, I don't think I've got the expert knowledge on that one. 45 points here for Robertson. So very much looking like it's his frame to lose, and it's Tom Williams' bet to lose. As you know, that 10-7 comeback from Ronnie was looking like it was going to be written in the stars. Well, doesn't look like it now, as Robertson is only a couple pots away from, you know, potentially having a frame win of his own. The frame win that we haven't seen for 5 consecutive frames. As another black disappears. Only 75 points on the board here. Is it best of 35? No. You see, it's not the World Championship. It's best of 19. So the match will be over today. And we only have 4 more frames after this one to wait for. Rather than watch paint dry, footy boring. Marty, you said that about Formula 1 and now you're saying that about footy. Come on. That's a bit controversial. It is only the most popular sport in the world. So I don't think it can be that boring. Is now Robertson with 61 point advantage on the blue to make that 66, and then the next red will be the frame ball. The blue is in, and now the red is in as well. So the frame ball has gone in. The black is in after it as well. So a frame win here for Neil Robertson, and a win that will be massively appreciated by his fans, which I'm sure there'll be plenty of around the world. Oh, like F1, okay, maybe, or something else. Robertson winning the next 3 frames. Well, he's only going to need 2 more, so I don't think he's going to be winning, you know, when he's 10-7 up, I don't think he'll be playing till 11, so he can only win 2 more after this one, and he closes this one off in style. So 1 frame visit, And in the end, Sullivan once again has to find himself behind after climbing 5 frames in a row and clinching them in some spectacular fashion. It is Robertson with a good response, so pressure or not, good response from the Aussie here, as he's now only 2 frames away from winning this tournament. Ronnie will take a break before he takes the hammer in his hand again. Well, I don't really want to be doing that. Well, I don't really want him to do that, because when you take a break like that, you risk giving just too much room to your opponent, and in the end, Robertson could very much win this frame and match. Robertson desperately needed that frame, going to be a cracking finish. I think I will agree with you on that one, Michael, because I think one frame doesn't necessarily break the rhythm of Sullivan, especially because it was quite a quick frame from Robertson, and there was nothing really O'Sullivan could have done about it. I mean, the opener from Robertson was brilliant. And we'll see the way frame number 16 will go. I think Robertson will win this, Sonny Javed. I mean, he's still probably the favourite, just about, with him leading by 8 frames to 7. Sasha, you have James Ronnie. I mean, probably a little bit. I have done that in a while. Chums, or you rallied Robertson. Well, I mean, it's one of them. Could have been both. Ronnie really fought well. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's done really well to come back from 7-2 down to 7-0. Now, 8-7 makes that a little bit worse, but still very much in this match. And still has a couple of more frames to at least stay in contention. And you never know, we might be here for the decider. A decider that I said is very unlikely to happen. It looks pretty likely right now, as you can see the odds for it to be are still less than 18 frames, so just over the odds of 2. As actually I want to talk about other sports, because we still have a break in this sport. 4-0 it was a win for Man City. It's a shame that Haaland with 2, so at least not a hat-trick. That's your fantasy Premier League team going really well if you're into that. You forget Ronnie can blow up nowadays. I mean, he can, but I'm pretty sure he can do it both ways. He can either throw a match that you would expect him to win, or he can find a way from a match that you would think is a lost doom for him. He will surely win from here, my feelings. I mean, I haven't got specific feelings from here. I just think whoever gets frame number 16 will be a massive favourite for the next one, because it's just such a key point in the match. If Robertson wins it, you know, he's 9-7 and he's only 1 frame away from victory. And if O'Sullivan gets it, once again, he's right in the mix there. Is it a break time now? It exactly is. We're waiting for the referee to call the players. And this time, it will of course be Robertson's turn for the break. So good timing there, Rapture. Yep, a good break off there from Robertson. Nothing leaving for O'Sullivan there. Once again, it's been his trademark, leaving that lonely red towards the right corner pocket for Ronnie. But once again, because I don't think he can produce as much backspin as he would like to screw up for the blue, I'm not too sure he will take this red on. Of course, he's no longer equal on frame, so can't afford any mistakes from now, especially in this frame. He did win for it, and he won for a black positional shot. In the end, he missed it by quite some margin, and I think he got away with it. I'm not sure if Robertson can see that one for an attack. Well, he got down to it really quickly, Robertson, so maybe he can. Or maybe he just wants to get on with his frame quickly and play a comfortable safety there. Jing Zhang, I just slept. What the score now? I remember the score is 7-2 before I sleep. Well, it has changed dramatically since then. It's 8-7 in favour of Robertson. So it was 7-0 before the last frame. Robertson has managed to get a frame on the board for him in a while. First time in a while. Of course, losing 5 in a row. We got 1 more on the board, so he's now 2 frames away. Ronnie has worked his way up into this and has made it 7-0. Yeah, exactly. Exactly how to watch it. Once again, depends on your location. So, sorry, is Ronnie the guy who built Selby with Selby only needing one frame. Ah, yes, so it was. I mean, it's a good point, but I say every match is a new dawn. And this time it's Robertson that has a clear long pot opportunity. He takes it, he blasts into the black, and he doesn't end up on anything. In fact, he's snookered himself from all 6 colours. So it's safe to say that shot hasn't worked out for him as well as he would have liked it to. So he's going to be rolling up to either of the colours. As usual, his long game always let him down. I think to be fair, it hasn't been as good as it has been yesterday. So a little bit of a problem so far for him in this match, but he's still in this. And with Robertson unable to make that long pot count, it's still anyone's game and anyone's frame. It's a live stream available in India. I'm pretty sure it will be. I'm not sure what is the broadcasting thing for it. Is in fact, Robertson could get through to the black, so finds a decent safety from it and puts Ronnie onto the cushion. So no real trouble there for the Rocket, but no pleasures given either from Robertson. Michael Thomas has joined the members club. Welcome to Apex Row. Well, we've got the first super chat, and all of a sudden we've got the first member here. So you'll be joining the members club. He's got a badge next to his name as well. Good stuff there. And that is very much my reaction, as now Michael has the access to the members club. And have a look at this. You'll be having all the fun with those emojis if he wants to. Thank you very much for the support, Michael. Robertson here with another long ball chance. So Sullivan seems to be treating him really kindly here. But once again, Robertson just unable to do anything with it. It was a difficult shot, but once again, he landed in a really awkward position, and I'm not sure which colour is he going to attack here. As another break comes and goes for Robertson. Neil Robertson will be feeling the pressure here. Well, Sam Hill, I've heard that for 6 frames now. And, the last frame, I think I have to say, I don't really think with that Robertson is feeling any sort of pressure. Because, all that talk, and the last frame he dispatched quite comfortably in one visit. He hasn't been able to do that so far in this frame, as he had 2 decent long pots, and both times he has ended up with no colour to land on. Everything he thought has been proven wrong. Well, not really. I disagree. I thought that Ronnie will get back into this match at 7-2. I did think that the scoreline was a bit too much. So I think I got some of the things wrong. I said that Ronnie will be the player to try and be on the front foot. That hasn't worked out. And I think that Robertson... Yeah, I did say, to be fair, that Robertson wasn't going to be feeling the pressure from my point of view, because he's just too good of a professional. He's a world champion. So I got some of the things wrong, but I also got some of the things right. So I suppose I'll take that. 50% accuracy for me is probably better than some of my pot success in snooker. As Robertson here taking 90 seconds at least to find a colour that he can reach to and play a potential safety, as finally gets down and he's back up again. So another hesitation. You got all of it wrong. We all do. I wasn't being horrible. No, don't worry. I don't really care. It's fine. We all get things wrong, and I certainly was in the mix as well. So 2 minutes now for the shot for Neil Robertson. Certainly taking his time on it, but it just shows you that he hasn't got anything simple to get through to. Over 2 minutes short time by Robert. Yeah, Michael, yeah. So 2 minutes and 10 seconds now, and he's still walking over to the other side of the table to just have a look at something. He's alright, Gatecrash. I think he's alright. I think he sort of said he wasn't being horrible, so put that past us. Robertson never won World Cup. I mean, not really. I think Messi has. I don't think there's a World Cup in snooker. I think there's a World Championship that Robertson certainly has won in 2010. He hasn't won a World Cup yet. That will be for Team Australia, of course, which he proudly represents. But he finds a really good safety there, so clips the brown right on the head and puts Sullivan into not the difficult position, but not the position that probably Ronnie would have expected him to be. Max 71 upside. No, don't worry, I was joking about it anyway. Championship, of course. Look back for Ronnie, thank you for your commentary. No worries, Anthony. Pleasure, my pleasure. Championship, yeah, exactly. Ronnie 10-9, perfect for the new audience. I mean, if you are in Saudi Arabia, you will be absolutely loving this one because your country is going to be in all of the snookers, well, sort of newspapers and news for the rest of the week, at least until we get to China and Wuhan Open, because, you know, you've got the story of Wakelin and Slesser getting to the semi-finals. You know, you had the shock of Trump knocked out, Selby knocked out. You've had a really good snooker from Ronnie in the quarterfinals, last 16, and then all of a sudden it comes to the frame yesterday. It comes to the table, first frame, bang, maximum break. 7th frame, bang, maximum break. So, good stuff there. Yeah, so Robertson took his time on that safety. Now Sullivan responds with him taking some time on the safety. And that usually means that he's going to try and go for the pot. He didn't this time. But that red that he's played doesn't seem to be doing him any favour as it rolls over the pocket, over the yellow pocket. And once again, after leaving two really easy long pots for Robertson in this frame alone, Ronnie has now left the third one. This one is right off the cushion, but the red is way too close to be missed. So it's all about if Robertson can get on the colour from it. What's the table position? Complicated but manageable, I would say, because... Oh wow, I did jinx Robertson there because I did think it was the unmissable red. But Robertson has managed to miss it. And yeah, the position is still manageable, but the black is off its spot, the pink is off its spot, and the reds are really crowding and blocking each other's way there. So it's Ronnie's chance as he gives 4 points away on the foul before that I didn't give to Robertson. But even the first shot is going to be really hard to get on any sort of the colour. I think the blue ball is going to be the aim for him. But it's certainly not going to be an easy aim for him. Horrendous miss by Robert. I thought it was just me, but it was a bad miss. I mean, I know it was from the cushion, but from a professional and a world champion of Neil Robertson. Well, yeah, I didn't even finish that sentence. And you talk about a horrible miss. O'Sullivan has missed an absolute stinker there. He had to hammer it into the pocket, but still... That red should not have been missed by Ronnie as he now left a perfect position for Robertson. And you can see in the background, if you're watching, Robertson couldn't be out of his chair quick enough there. Straight on it. The first millisecond Ronnie misses that shot, Robertson is already back at the table. With a strong chance here. Please understand I wasn't being rude in any... God bless, come on, Ronnie. Nah, forget it, man. We've moved on about half an hour before it. Yes, good Rob missed it. Ahmed Zafar. Well, yeah, but I think Ronnie missed it as well here. So, with a chance here for Robertson once again, after having two long pots, and of course another one missed. He's got a much better chance here with, once again, the pink and the black being out of their spots, but not being in a bad position. The reds are quite bunched up together and seem to be blocking each other. But that is some fourth for third there for Robertson. He will be looking to fix that position in the next couple of shots. Oh my god, why Ronnie doing that? I think it was him forcing to go really hard on that cue ball to force himself an angle to land on any of the blue-pink pair because there wasn't really a natural angle. So I can understand why he's done it, but I can't understand why he's missed it. Oh, what's Ronnie doing? Yeah, it's a good question there, Anthony, because... Not the best frame to be doing that, you know, allowing Robertson to potentially be one frame away from victory after climbing, doing all the hard work. All of a sudden it is O'Sullivan that starts to make, you know, those unforced and silly errors. Ronnie has made more mistakes in this frame than anyone previously. Yeah, that's a good point, that is, you know. He's made one more in the last frame. There was a half mistake that let Robertson into on a break there, but yeah. It's disappointing to see, and in the clutch time that you would expect him to be turning up and, you know, playing his best game, all of a sudden it is now Robertson with a break of 13, with a position that is looking to be more and more promising as the pin goes back on his spot. So only the black and the brown being off them, and the reds are Starting to look nicer here. Still far from easy for Robertson, but certainly a position that could lead him to substantial break advantage. That could in the end be crucial for this frame win. I say that, and then he's missed an absolute sitter there to the middle pocket. I have to say, I was watching that in slow-mo because he was rolling that into the middle pocket, and what a miss this is, and what a turning point this could be. I mean, this is a must-take chance for Sullivan, surely. That miss from Ronnie was game ball, Gillian. Me and you were the perfect jinx there. As Anthony Ferry says, yes. I mean, Robertson, it looked like it was going to be, but I mean, Robertson missing an absolute sitter to the middle pocket there, and now Ronnie O'Sullivan here back to the table. Needs to make it a one visit clearance this time, as he's off to a good start with putting the red, landing on the green. Has got one more red into the bulk area that he'll probably try and eliminate right now. Yes, sir, Williams and Higgins have been doing it. Yeah, Slessor will wave you to that one. Red Devils 20. You're playing Arsenal, aren't you, tomorrow? I think the Great Crusher UA will be enjoying you here. Side below, we are back. We are indeed. Still, Ronnie needs to make sure he makes the most out of it. No silly errors this time around. As the good red is dispatched, but not perfect on the blue. Not perfect on the blue means too much angle. Too much angle means not as much control of the cue ball as he would like. So probably will have to consider yellow, but being straight on that one has to settle for blue. The blue is in. How's the position? It's all right because he's got one to the middle. So deals with the obstacle there nicely. I just said it that he's going to have another chance. Yeah, you did, I think. I think you did. Someone did, certainly. Buddy, wait for Ronnie Magic. I'm here for it. You know, Sorcerer, talking about Harry Potter. You know, Ronnie Potter, very much, you know. Has got a red into the middle. Then he absolutely blasts to make sure he's got himself an angle on the black to put it back on its spot, and might be considering to play the pink here just for an easier route to the red, and yes he does, so obviously leaving the black for later and just doing the best he can for the break. I told you Neil was bottling it. Well, you did say that, but then you just won a really good frame in there with 7-all, and I think that was the time for him to bottle. I think that was just a little bit of lack of concentration, because I don't really think that was pressure. I just think he was focusing too much on the next colour and just took his eye off the pot there on the red. Ronnie here needs to make sure he doesn't do that himself. Finish the frame, Ron. Yes, Tom Williams. Commiserations on that 10-7 bet. It was good while it lasted, but we all lose some of them. Thanks for helping Indian fans of Ronnie. If Robertson wins, it's 500,000. If Ron loses, it's 447,000. Still not a bad day at the office. 100%, but you could turn these 447,000 into 700,000. So I guess I know where Ronnie's motivation is coming from here. At least part of it, as I say. It's not all of it coming from money, but Ronnie Potter, there you go. Typical and topical, I would say. As the black ball lands into the pocket. Once again, Ronnie catching that front jaw, which is always a concerning sight for me to see, but it does drop in, as he had no pace on it at all. How to watch live, no free channel. It's on TNT 3 Sports in the UK. It's live on BBC 4. Don't tell me that. Is it actually? In the UK? I mean, that would be a waste for me, paying a TNT subscription for that. Ronnie never seemed that interested in winning for a long time. Yes, I have to say that. His hunger for the game has definitely been here. As the black is on his spot now. This is a little bit of a shaky moment as he has a plant here. Yes, I did say it was a shaky moment, and you can see he's hungry here because he absolutely smashed the table with his fist once again, and he will be absolutely fuming with himself because he just took that plant for granted. I did say there was some distance between it, and could this prove to be the turning point once again here? We've seen a couple in this frame alone, as you can see here. He got down way too quickly, and you can see straight after he played it, you could see that he was going to miss it, and wow, what a waste this could be. 10-9 Robertson. Looking to be 9-7 Robertson here with this position. He's only 20 points behind, making that 13 here with the black. Still 59 on the table. Oh, Ronnie says, Ahmad, it's hard to disagree. FFS, Ronnie. Yeah, Gillian, hard to disagree with that one. Come on, Ronnie, can't choke like that. Yeah, you can't be taking those plans for granted, and I think he will be really disappointed with himself, as we've seen with his reaction of slamming the fist there. I can smell mistake coming soon from Neil. It's not a straightforward position. It's one good thing for Ronnie fans, but... So he's got one red that is pretty much in open position. You can easily run in behind it, which exactly what Neil has done there. A little bit too much of an angle though, so... Still, not an easy pot, that is. As he's now 5 points behind with 51 on the table. Sasha the Jinx. No, I don't think that was me actually, because I did say I sensed something with that one, and I didn't really like that he got down and played it real quickly. I think Sasha the Jinx might have worked out in Ronnie's favour, as Robertson has missed a red onto the yellow pocket. So it's one of those that it was a long pot, but it was one of those that he just had no distance between the cue ball and the red ball, and with no real cue action needing there from the Neil. You would have expected him to do better there. So Sullivan back in with a chance, being 5 points ahead. It's not an easy red, but needs to be potting those ones. Missed it by quite some margin. Where's the cue ball going? Sullivan seems to be covering it with these back there, but he's run safe. So gets away with that mistake there, Ronnie. Live streaming on ITV4. Okay, fair enough. If there's any hard red on the table, there's two actually. Robertson's gone for one of them, and really a weird shot selection because he nearly dropped the cue ball into the yellow pocket. Wasn't far from making the double, but it was one of those that, you would expect in amateur snooker, but not really in professional, especially with so much on the line. Where's this red ball going from Sullivan now, as he had a massive fluke? No, he hasn't. He's left Robertson with a massive chance, and the red hanging over the pocket there, over the green pocket. Once again, having no control of that red whatsoever from Ronnie. And another chance goes the way of Neil here. Discovery plus where his long game will always get him down. I told you that I'm still mailing. Well, we'll see. I mean, I'm not sure what I can smell here, but I can smell a scrappy frame. And there used to be a Thai channel showing snooker live for free. I don't remember. But I suppose there were quite a few of them. But then when they realised they could have got any money with it, whether it's from the ads or anything, as Robertson just probably missed an easiest pot of the tournament there. The red was literally in the pocket, and I don't know how he's managed to miss that one. I mean, talk about potting the red and the white. That was one thing, but missing the red all in all, I mean, that was incredible there from Robertson. Didn't give anything away to Sullivan though, as Ronnie has a good safety, and the turn is back to Neil here. If Ronnie wins this tournament, watch out for the restore of the season. If Ronnie wins this tournament, watch out for him pulling out of the next couple. Not on ITV or BBC. Yeah, I thought that. Surely it has to be a paid one, but this is a great commentary. Thank you very much. This is a great audience. Aha, the heck is going on? Chaos, I would say. Robertson in here with a chance of a safety. As you can see, he's taking his time once again. Whose turn is it now? Robertson's. Goes for a cross double attempt. The red is going to be near the pocket, misses it in the end. The cue ball is going to land closely to the black, right behind it, but too much power, so pushes away the black, and Ronnie still has a clear view of the only red on the right cushion. So still 3 of them left, 51 points on the table. Second against best player, I guess. Best player ever. Yeah, I mean, you have to agree with this one. Ronnie's second best player in snooker history, Ayush Parag. Who is the first one then? Nah, I disagree with that one. Yeah, it's chaos. Need to calm down, both of them. I think one of them needs to get a grip of this frame and hopefully win it. The position looks horrible for the two of them, with 2 of the 3 reds being safe. So we'll see. Oh, you mean right now? I thought you meant in history. Trump being the best one. A little bit unpopular because I would say that Trump hasn't had a really good start to the season. You know, Shanghai Masters hasn't done too well. And yeah, I also think that Trump has had a little bit shaky start to the season, but I still think he'll be back and probably on the tour, and the ranking wise he's still the best player. As I've just seen, as we have 1122 people watching, thank you very much everyone. And I will need someone like Don Charles and Albie or Daniel Dubois saying, I want to thank the audience here. Thank you very much. It's not quite the Wembley, but thank you very much for 1,000 people watching. I appreciate you all. As Robertson here taking 68 seconds, so I can continue to thank you all. Yeah, thank you very much for everyone for watching the video, getting involved in the live comments and liking the video as well. Thank you very much. I have put my money on Neeraj, but it wasn't a bad bet, say probably 5 frames ago. It's not quite as comfortable now, but I'd still say he's the favourite just about here. As he finds a decent safety, Ronnie responds with a safety of his. Nothing inventive so far. W Stream, thank you. Where are you from? I am from, I'll put it in chat, the best country in the world in my point of view, the almighty Ukraine. There's a new player tipped to be the best. Ronnie's called Jack. Never heard of him. I mean, I heard of Jousting Ton. That seems to be the next Ronnie. Certainly the world champion of last season. Ronnie X Hendry plus Higgins plus Alex plus Selby. I mean, that would be a really dangerous team. Ronnie has like 22. You're being loved, Sasha. I am, and that's a good thing, isn't it? I like to be very much in the fan favourite. Usyk, I think you spelled that one. I'm pretty sure you were trying to type Usyk there, Sonny Javed, but you said something else. Ray Reardon was the best, just not so many. You know what, Andy Miller? Funnily enough, I heard of him. Don't know a lot about him, but I've heard the name. Certainly has heard the name. As we can see here, Robertson finds a decent safety of his, and now Sullivan has to respond with his. So this turned into a safety battle with all of the reds being on the cushion, and then players are bringing one of them into play. As Ronnie decides to play one of them off the cushion, can't quite control the red as well as you would like from these type of shots, but gets a lucky kiss on the pink. How many reds left? Faza Fazal, 3, 51 points on there. Most talented, I would say. Robertson has slowed down and broke Ronnie's momentum. I think it was a good thing, actually. It's a good observation there, Sonny Javed. I think that was a key moment there for Robertson, of course. Having had O'Sullivan win 5 frames in a row, you know, he had a real good blast in the 15th frame, you know, winning in one visit. Chinese can beat any English player on their day, I feel. Not really. Not any English player. I mean, you're talking about Zhao Xingtong. Well, he lost to an English player, Chris Wakelin, a couple of days ago. Well, your opponent on Mark Selby. Like the guy, but not my favourite player. I think his style of play is pretty boring for me to watch. And, you know, he just seems to be one of those people that he's going to be really gracious when he wins. You know, I want to thank everyone. But when he loses, he just seems to be one of those sore losers. But I haven't got really too much against Selby, but he's not one of my favourite players on tour. Sullivan is the GOAT very much. A10 win, Ronnie go GOAT. Yeah, hopefully. Can you show us live match? Can't really. Selby is like Higgins in style. No. I'd say probably the opposite. Higgins is like Selby in style. That's probably what I would say. Because, you know, Higgins is the type of a player that you would feel, even though he's got like 4 world titles to his name, you would still think he could have achieved so much more. I mean, his way of his gaming play, his like sort of mentality, and his way of standing up to the pressure really well. And Ronnie said it himself. You know, if he would have been a little bit more aggressive, he could have won a lot more. But he still will be happy with his career live on Sky. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Size Like Sky, but we'll be showing you the translation if you create an account with them, something like that. I love Selby. Love you, dude. Thank you, Bear Kingdom. He's one he got in Potters. He hasn't had it for quite a while now, as we had an exchange of safeties here for the last, let's say, 20 shots, to say the least. We'll see. We will see. Robertson here with a chance of a long pot, so this time he is the first one to blink. Misses it, but doesn't leave anything for O'Sullivan. Well, I say he doesn't leave anything. He leaves himself with a similar long pot, but the cue ball is not too far from the cushion, and the distance between the red and the pocket will make this really hard, but I think Ronnie will try and attempt it. Played with a lot of force, missed it by quite some margin. Red has bounced off the jaw of the middle pocket there and has landed in a decent position for Robertson to try and take it on. Once again, no guarantees there, especially with the rest of the two reds being on the cushions next to the brown and the blue. I hope that Italy could host an important event in the future. Yeah, you know what? For a country like Italy, we haven't seen a lot of them. I know Rome has been a great success for them in tennis. You know, you've got Serie A in football and Monza in Formula 1. I'm not too sure of any other tournaments that they've got. Can you show the final frame if possible, just final moment? No, Irfan Ahmed, because surely I wouldn't want to waste the stream just for a final moment, because surely that wouldn't be worth it. Sean Murphy. Yeah, what about him? Only one person has better ball control than Ronnie Guess. Woo. Who's that? Ayush Para. Who's that? Let me know. Please update score, dude. It hasn't been updated for a while, Bear Kingdom, so it will be now. I mean, a really good long pot there from Robertson. Bear Kingdom seems to be ahead of the game. He's found one there, and brilliant long pot there. Third time of asking. Right into the middle of the pocket. The problem for Robertson fans is it's probably only going to get him 4 points, as it's going to be a straightforward green, but then a real challenge to get any of the reds back in play. He's done that. He's tried to cannon it. He's just about missed it. So you can try and attempt a double. There's one person I know would be trying this in the middle pocket. Let's see if Robertson will be, because the cue ball will be going towards the black cushion. And we could see something good here, and it was. So this time, Robertson with a break of 5. And now he faces a decision here. Does he go for the black and guarantee himself 7 points? Or does he try and snooker Ronnie and get something extra out of it? Certainly got position out of it. The Thunder versus the Rocket. Exactly, says Rascal. Ahmed can't hear anything. Let me know if the sound is alright, because I haven't changed anything. The mic is still here. So let me know about it. In my country we used Word. Not going to say it because I don't know what that is. Henry in his prime was eating everyone like a Pac-Man, but I assume that is because you didn't have the players like John Higgins, Mark Williams when prime Henry was there. As you can see, Robertson decides to go for a snooker option, and O'Sullivan hits it from the first time of asking, so a really good shot there from Ronnie. And let's see what Robertson can do from here, as he hasn't got any room between the cue ball and the red ball. He'll probably be looking to get the cue ball back into the black ball cushion area, or somewhere around it. Robertson's strategy is to play slow on purpose. It works on Ronnie. We'll see though, because I thought the interview, the pre-match from Robertson was a sign that he was going to try and be aggressive himself, because as much as you break rhythm on Ronnie, you also break the rhythm on yourself. As that is, I think that's quite a mistake there from Ronnie, as I'm not sure he's left an option for the snooker, or more importantly, if he has left enough room for the red to be squeezed past the brown and potentially potted there. Gatecrasher, do you review all chats here? Well, he's certainly the moderator here, and, you know, he's like the big brother watching. Yeah, so Robertson does indeed go for a snooker opportunity. So it will be interesting the way O'Sullivan decides to play this one. He gets down to his straightaway, gonna play it off the black cushion, so in around the entire table, goes for a hidden hope in attempt to potentially pot it, and wow, have a look at this. He has snookered Robertson of hidden hope. Neil will be absolutely fuming with that one, as O'Sullivan nearly potted the red, would have been on the colour as well, and in the end he snookered Neil Robertson on the green one. How long until it starts? It started around 2.5 hours ago. You should be asking how long it will finish. Well, you talk about luck there, and I think it is probably the right thing there, because Sullivan coming back with an incredible slice of luck. Robertson hits the red ball from a snooker position and pots it into the middle. Doesn't land on the colour there, so it will be a tough pink if he decides to go for it. Even harder of a blue there. Stephen Hendry is my favourite player. There you go. Robertson will now try and make sure he's got an opportunity here. It would be better if he only said what was happening on the table. I think it would be if you're looking for the commentary. I think if you're looking for a Watchalong, it will be a little bit boring and just in one-way traffic there, as we get 147 likes. Thank you very much for that exact number. You know, it's one of those that you want the likes to be higher, but it's a nice number, to be honest. There you go, it's updated to 148, so thank you very much to whoever did that. What the time in Ukraine? I'm pretty sure it will be 22:20 in Ukraine, because it's 2 hours further from the UK. What do you think, who will win? Whoever wins this frame, with the amount that he took, you know, bro, why don't you show the match? Because I'm not allowed. You're slightly behind on your comments. I know, because of the delay. Because I've got a slight delay on stream that I will be looking to fix when I get a little bit of a better equipment, and make sure that delay is something to none. Robertson, after deep considerations and thinking and chatting to himself, decides to snooker Ronnie, and he will try two cushion escape there. Rocket nearly potted the yellow into the middle pocket there, but has left Robertson in with a chance. Is it first to 10? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. What a fantastic frame this has been, and still anybody's to win. It's certainly, I wouldn't say it's been fantastic. It's certainly been some good stuff from both players. You know, a safety battle has proved to be decisive in the end, as Robertson does spot the yellow, so will be very much the man to win this frame. Although I think he's landed with no real angle on the green, and the brown being tied up on the cushion doesn't help his chances at this moment in time. Judd is the greatest exhibition player. I think technique-wise and some of the trick shots that he's been playing is going to be really hard to disagree. Update score just did. Robertson on a break of 2. No more chance for Ronnie. We'll see. I still think that transition from green to brown will be complicated. Trump has the best spotting game, issues with temperament. I don't think he's got issues with temperament. I think sometimes his positional play lets him down a little bit, and I think he just gets a little bit too overconfident and sort of loses concentration in key shots, and then just tries to go for the pots that are not really possible at that time. But most of the times he does win those sort of matches. Just Trump. Robertson here once again decides to go for a safe option, just spotting the green, getting 5 points on the break, and then probably playing a safety on the brown. Is brown tight on the top cushion? It's not tight, but it's not possible from the position that Robertson's in. So I assume he'll be a safety unless he pulls up something miraculous, and it is. So on the end of break, and Sullivan's turn now to try and respond. Go and read about Ronnie's personal life. That mate, yeah, I've seen that. I've seen the articles. I've seen the interviews that he's done. Certainly been through a lot in his life. So it's definitely good to see him happy and enjoying the game after everything he's done. And what a shot he's played there. I mean, I have to say, I'm not sure if that cue ball is behind the black. As you can have a look, it gets in front of Robertson just to see if that good was as good as we all think it was. And it looks like it was, because Neil Robertson has a whole table between him and the brown. The brown is really close to the pocket, but Robertson is snookered on it. So how many reds are on the table? None. We've got 4 colours: brown, blue, pink and black. 37 minutes this frame and still counting. With the time, yeah, exactly, Michael. With the time that Robertson has been taking on these shots, it will be another 50 minutes before he plays this one. because Sullivan has got him in trouble, and he probably will have to be at least a 2-cushion escape. But the good news for Robertson is, if he gets the brown, he probably pots it. The bad news is, if he doesn't get the brown, he is probably frame over. I think he will be looking for a 2-cushion escape. Or are all the balls open? Well, it's an interesting question, Umar, because you've got some of them open. Well, I mean, all of them are open, but the one that Robertson has to hit right now, he's snookered on. He has the entire length of the table between the cue ball and the brown, and he's now checking which way does he have to clip it to potentially put it into the pocket. The return of Peter Emden, he may as well be. Is Rocket in situation to pot the brown? He's in the situation of snookering Robertson. Can he find a side spin, I should say? And he did. He got away with it, as the cue ball didn't land in the pocket. So that good shot from Ronnie comes to nothing in the end, because Robertson has managed to get the ball safe. And you can see there, he was always risking to put the cue ball off the brown, but in the end just doing enough with that spin. But there you go, Rocket comes up with a brilliant brown of his own. And have a look at this one. Ronnie won the frame. I mean, it's certainly looking like this now, because he ended up the right side of the blue as well, and he only has 2 more shots to play here, and he will be 8-all here in the final of Saudi Arabia Masters. The blue is in, so the pink, for it to be all square once again after a really lengthy match. Could it be Robertson the blinking first? And he can be, because Ronnie O'Sullivan has won this incredible frame number 16, and he's put himself right in the equation there with 8 frames all here. Get in there, Ronnie's so good. A8, there you go. We got people in the chat slightly ahead of me because of the delay. Stop saying have a look without the stream, and you're too far lagging. Let me know if the stream is lagging, actually. Application notified 1 minute ago, he won. Sullivan Azizi, you seem to be ahead of my time there. Ronnie, Link. Wow, Ronnie, yes. So really important frames for him to win. Making it 8-all once again. I predicted once it was 7-6. He's just good, he is. I mean, that brown that he put under pressure, it was a brilliant shot from him. Couldn't have had it any nicer there. And Ronnie will win tonight. Well, I'm pretty sure some of us will be hoping for that. 76 of us predicting that. We had 1,800 votes on that. Neil Robertson 24%, Ronnie O'Sullivan 76%. And remember, it was 7-2 at one point of the match. It is now 8-all here, as O'Sullivan seems to be slight favourite by the bookies. Ronnie, some love for him. Brilliant commentary, brother, says Asan Raza. Thank you very much. You know, brilliant support. I mean, we've still got more than 1,000 watching. And once again, I'll be the Daniel Dubois and say thank you very much to the audience. I'd like to thank the audience. You're all legends. Thank you very much. As we have a break here between the frames. Certainly the frame that we have enjoyed. And Robertson would not have enjoyed in the end having get out of that snooker and leaving a really difficult brown for O'Sullivan. Rocket has put that one in style. And in the next frame start time, probably about 30-45 seconds. Nobody hates Neil Robertson, just that most of us prefer Ronnie. I think that's probably a fair point. I think there's still a significant amount of Neil Robertson fans. But I think if you're a neutral, just for the thing that he's done for the sport, neutral will probably just be backing Ronnie slightly here over Neil. But I think Neil is a really well-liked guy here. And I think if Ronnie was to go on and lose, we wouldn't really mind him to go and lose to someone like Neil. Great stuff. Never thought audio commentary on snooker could be so good. Full star. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We should all subscribe. I mean, it's entirely up to you, but feel free, if you are enjoying the content, feel free to subscribe. We'll be doing a lot more than that. And Anthony Ferry says, thank you for your commentary. You're a legend. Thank you very much for all the support. You know, it's 10-8 to Ronnie O'Sullivan, his prediction. Well, I suppose, yeah. Very much. Great channel. This first time listener. Great work. Paul Everill. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. When's the next frame starting? Right now. Neil Robertson is coming back to the table after a break. So Sullivan is already waiting for him there. Sat in his chair on this big screen there. And these frame number 17 out of 19 possible is about to get underway here. Say goodnight, JV. I will say goodnight, JV. Does the WST play up with VPN work? I think it depends on your location. I haven't got too much of info on that one. I should just say thanks for the live commentary. Thank you very much for the support. Sorry, I'll subscribe. Thank you. Thank you, Anthony Ferry. Feel free to do that. If you are enjoying the content, there'll be a lot more of it in the coming weeks' time. Best Live Score channel. Thank you. Not sure it's the best one. The idea was quite good because you don't really just want to be seeing the commentator's face. You also want to be seeing the scoreboard, and it does seem to be working at the moment. As the break-off from Sullivan now has Robertson looking for a safety shot here. Regards from Kosovo. Thank you very much. My regards to Kosovo there from Valen Husseini. I'm not sure if I spelled if I said your name correctly. Let me know if I was wrong. I like your commentary, says Mohammed Idris. Thank you very much. I like the support in the chat. Thank you, I appreciate that. Good shot there from Robertson. Now Sullivan's turn to try and produce a decent safety. He has got a potential attacking shot, but needs to put a lot more topspin on it, and boy did he do that. Got a lot unlucky there with a kiss. He was bound to be ending up on the blue, and a really good shot there from Ronnie in the end. Might only earn him 1 point, so could be a struggle. Let's see if he can manage the cut to the middle pocket, or is he going to try and go for the yellow pocket there. He goes for the first option in the middle and hits that one really well. Ends up on a couple of reds to choose from. Once again, have to mention earlier on that the black and the pink are in, slightly worse positions than they were a frame ago, so we'll have to work hard off Sullivan to make sure these two are back in contention for him to be potting them. For now, we'll try and build a break around the blue. I like the way you're doing commentary. Thank you very much, Valon. Thank you. So, Sullivan here needs to make the most out of those reds, which there aren't too many available of. I'd say 2 or 3 more still in open play, and then he would have to make his way around the black spot and potentially try to free up the black and make sure it is potable into the both corner pockets there. Once again, third red goes in, the third blue is about to go in. Come on, Ronnie, century's due now. We haven't seen a century for a while. I have to say he came probably to that stage of the match where I won't care if it's going to be a sort of a 10 break from O'Sullivan or a 59 break or a 146 break, as long as he gets over the line here. Seems to be doing that so far pretty well. 18 points scored, as is in and around the black spot here. The problem he's got is he probably has to come back for the blue here, as the black is still not very much in the position to be potted, at least from that side of the table. Lands a little bit too straight from the blue here, so will have to leave himself for a slightly bigger distance than he would have liked. Still no concerns, so many of them. Bro, mark my words, the rest of the frame, Ronnie winning. Absolutely, I mean, I'll be here for it. I'll be definitely here for it. 24 points here for O'Sullivan, so in the scrappy frames that these remaining 3 could still turn out to be, I think 24 points is quite a significant value. But the problem that O'Sullivan has now is that, of course, none of the reds are on the cushion, so none of them are really safe. There's a half difficult shot here and a lot of distance to cover up for the screw back on the white. And has he done enough there? Not quite, so he's going to have to pot this blue into the green pocket. We can imagine the match through the commentary. You know what, Ashes decide? It was always going to be the idea, and that's the attempt, and that's why you do it, because you want to make the viewer feel the match and sort of feel like you're watching it from the commentator's voice. The commentators are professional. I'm loving it. Thank you very much, Gunter Flora. Thank you. I appreciate that. 30 points already scored for Sullivan. I suppose I'm not really professional because I have a horse in the race, but as I said before, I do still love Neil, so I wouldn't mind him to win this match at all. Is once again in and around the blue, so you can make a potential maximum on the blue if he keeps like this. If he had 5 reds and 5 blues so far, making that a break of 36. Build a good lead, Ronnie. Exactly, Scott Miller. Exactly the thing you have to do here. Lamine Yamal is more popular than Ronnie. In Spain he probably is. I don't think he will be in England or in the rest of the world, as once again a really, well, I was going to say a really good shot from Ronnie, but once again ends up straight on the blue. I think he's got the slightest of angles, but that's not going to get him anywhere. So either a brown for a really tough shot or a blue to settle for a 42 lead and a probable end of break there. Just win the frame, Ronnie. BCL have to agree with that one. We'll agree with that one. A good shot. And wow, look at that. What an angle he found there, Ronnie. Brilliant stuff from the Englishman. As you can see, he landed perfectly on that red. Once again, another red and blue combination. Looking to make that 8 out of 8. With only 7 reds remaining. So he took more than half of the reds. And now can he be around the favourite spot of his, the black spot? And could he finally be with a chance to have a frame lead here? After being the one who had to chase down Neil Robertson throughout the majority of this match. He is now only a few pots away from being the man, only 1 frame away from winning the Saudi Arabian Masters tournament here at Jeddah. 56 point advantage to his name now. He has the momentum. He's got all sorts of momentum. He needs to make sure he gets over the line here though. Those 5 reds mean there are 67 points still available on the table, with Ronnie being 57 ahead. And that cluster of his hasn't really got him anywhere, so he's not over the line just yet. 64 ahead with still 67 points on the table, and he hasn't got any sort of option. So what I would say to him is try to probably get one of the reds on the cushion and just play it safe there. Don't try and do anything reckless, especially at this late stage of the match. You can't be doing that. It reminds us 2020 World Champions semi-final Ronnie versus Selby. I hope not, because Ronnie was 3 frames behind really late, and Selby had a chance in a couple of those frames to close the match off. I hope we're not going to see any sort of that from Robertson. As Sullivan now has a choice of potentially having an absolute wild shot into the yellow pocket and ending the frame here, or he could leave it for Robertson. I think he's gone for it, and I think he's probably going to aim for leaving the black ball on the bulk area. No, he hasn't. So a really good shot selection there from Sullivan. I will applaud that. In the end, you have to just take the 64 points and push one of the reds closer to the cushion, leave the black ball into the bulk cushion, and yeah, really nice stuff there from Robertson, or from O'Sullivan I should say. Robertson now has it all to do as he finds himself behind, 64 points behind in this match for the first time. Remember, it was him setting up the pace to this match from the get-go. O'Sullivan has managed to level it up 3 times already. 1-all, 7-all and 8-all, as Robertson decides to go for a double. Wasn't the best shot that he could have played there, and has now left Ronnie with a potential chance to push one more ball into a safe spot, as he hasn't really got a chance to attack here. It's live on TST Sports 3 in the UK, exactly. So once again, a little bit of a dilemma here for O'Sullivan, as he's used to, going for those tricky shots and the risky ones, but this time, of course, with everything that is at stake, even he will be the one to put the handbrake on and just try and make sure he doesn't leave an easy opening for Robertson. As remember, the fact that there are 67 points left on the table means that most of them, if not all of them, have to be played with a black there to make sure that Robertson gets the maximum of those points. And any sort of pot chance here from O'Sullivan will put the match and the frame to end, not the match to end, but this will surely put the frame to end. As have a look at this for a show. He's found a brilliant cut to the middle pocket. How to access the match on Discovery Plus. I'm pretty sure if you go to the website of Discovery Plus, they'll have all the information for how to watch this live. You should hurry up though, because it's about to end, and Robertson here will have to find two snookers, as Ronnie is unable to put the brown into the middle. But for the first time here, barring snookers, Ronnie or Sullivan should be leading 9 frames to 8 here. Neil Robertson will certainly be feeling pressure here. W Ronnie, only one Ronnie. It's not a W quite yet. We've seen those 2-3 snookers gaps sort of got back from Robertson in before, not necessarily from Neil, but from other players on tour, as he finds a brilliant pot there into the green pocket. So a logical thing from Neil to do is, of course, eliminate the 3 reds on the table and then just leave one more to give himself a better chance of a free ball, which of course will eliminate to those snookers to just 1 with the free ball required. And you never know with that, so Sullivan not quite over the line yet. And you do feel like you will still have to come back and play some good shots in this frame. Snooker required, yes. So 2 snookers required, or 1 snooker and a free ball for Ronnie or for Neil Robertson. Hoping for the best, brother, absolutely. I mean, I'm not even sure at this stage who are you rooting for, Robertson or Sullivan, as neither of them seems to be comfortable in this final. And we could be here for an absolute thriller of a decider. Neil, once again, is unable to get the sequence of reds going, so has to just play a safety there. And he's found one of the snookers there, funnily enough, with 3 reds into play. Come on, Ronnie boy. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And so a decent escape there from Ronnie. So not the best one in the world, but also not the worst. Pressure mounting on Neil. Yes, exactly. It will be at this point of the match. And it will be with him needing 2 snookers to find. A reminder, he is 57 points behind with only 51 of them on the table. Go Rockets, says Fazal Azim. Hey Apex OS, how are you doing? Lloyd, I'm actually doing really well. We'll be doing even better if, this match does continue to entertain us. And hopefully it will be Ronnie that comes out on top. Hi guys, says J&J Snooker. Hello. Robertson decides to go for probably the last red standing, eliminating the other 2, as he uses the pink. Can afford to do that, but only once, as he can't afford that another time. So the remaining 2 reds will have to be played with a black, unless the free ball rule comes into play a little bit later on. Great work, says S. Clayton. Thank you very much. 147 by Ronnie in the next frame. Well, it's a little bit of a pantomime, it's not really going to happen, is it? Especially in the pressure moments like that. It will be a brilliant story, but colours on their spots, I'll have a look for you. All of them but the brown. The brown is in a possible spot, but not in the nicer one, especially if you look at the transition from the green to the brown. So the 5 of the rest of them are, as Robertson will be now looking to pot another black, and then hopefully have for him find 2 snookers or a snooker and a free ball opportunity on the last red. Focus on Watchalong. I'm not sure if that message is directed to me, but I'm pretty sure it won't, because the last couple of times I've actually been doing that, as we're reaching the end point and the match is very much alive here, even though Robertson does need 2 snookers in this frame, as he goes for a really deep screw there on the black, finds himself really close to the red, and now looking to make his magic, as you can see there. So taking his time there to think. Are you from Ireland, Michael? And that message is not directed to me. Good stuff. What's your name, mate? I won't give you the full one this time, and it's Sasha. There you go. So like Zinchenko or like Usyk. Depends on which one you know. Now, Robertson looks to have made his mind up. And he's going to try and attempt... Wow, I am surprised to see that. He's actually gone for the pot there. So I am really surprised to see that. So he's not going for a free ball chance. And he's clearly going to try and do something later on. But I'm really surprised to see that. As Ronnie will have one more ball standing between him and the red. The black ball goes in. So Robertson is still in this. But needs to find 2 snookers now on the yellow or further. Not often you see that. Are you Ukrainian, Sam Hill? Good stuff. Yes, I am. Usyk the GOAT, say Clayton. Yes, I actually am. Both Zinchenko plays for my team, Arsenal, and Usyk is the best boxer right now. Can't say I'm a huge fan of Arsenal. That would be a lie, but I am a huge fan of Zinchenko and Usyk. You know, one of them being the champion and the other one being runner-up a couple of times. Do you play, Sasha? I do, but not to the extent that you would be sort of saying I'm semi-decent. I had 2 decent breaks probably, and sometimes when I was playing quite well, I had my maximum break is 44. I actually managed to achieve that twice. What about Shevchenko? What a player. You know what? It wasn't quite my era. He was a decent coach for us for a couple of years. I'll tell you that. As Robertson finds himself being the one that has to find escape from his snooker. Pushes the pink closer to the cushion there. As Sullivan will be just looking now to try and put those balls as close to the pockets, I would seem. He found an opportunity to try and get the cue ball in behind the pink. Couldn't quite execute that. And potentially left Robertson with a straightforward snooker behind the blue. Depends how much of a cue action he can generate there. A lot of people watching. Certainly, man. Certainly. 1,500. You mad you are. Sasha, way to watch it for free. I don't know. I'm not watching it for free, so I can't recommend you that. I followed Lucy before anyone knew him. I told everyone you beat AJ and Fury, the GOAT, proud moment. I hope war ends in your country. So sorry, bro. Lovely message there, Sonny Jabed. I knew as Sullivan here finds himself snookered, so should be a straightforward one. So I'll bear that thought in mind. Yeah, gets away with it comfortably. I knew someone that was telling me way before the whole sort of cruiserweight thing for Bellew that Usyk was going to be the next big deal. Yeah, it was my father, funnily enough, of all people. I remember being on one of the bursts and he actually mentioned it. I caught it with an ear of mine and he was saying that Usyk's going to be the next great, and you know, I was like, well, and you know, you think about it, 9 years later he is the unified undisputed champion. And yeah, massive legend of the sport. Robertson once again looking to make things happen, trying to find a snooker. Bro, talk about the table, just 1 ball to pot. Yeah, I suppose. I'm not sure why it says points left 20. Should be saying points left 27. Actually, I'll try to fix that. There we go. So if I get him up. No. My bad. Be looking to fix that now. There we go. Should be back to normal now. So 31 plays 65 here in favor of Ronnie O'Sullivan, and 27 points are on the table here. Can Robertson find 1 snooker here? He certainly can, and with some distance between the cushion and the yellow, could these be difficult? A shot for O'Sullivan. Needs to do it off 2 cushions here. Catch it on the way back, certainly does so, quite comfortably in the end, so a good shot there from O'Sullivan. Loving this coverage, how exciting but stressful. Paul Averill, exactly, you know why it is? Because I've got a horse in the race. He's a great dancer too. I mean, yeah, I've seen some of his clips of the training camps. He certainly is a dancer, and his footwork, brilliant, isn't it? Footwork of a champion, that is. Sullivan here finds an escape from his snookers. Once again, it's Robertson that has to find something here to potentially give him a chance to be back in this frame, a frame that would put him behind in this final for the first time. And what a time to do that with 9-8 potentially. Wow, could be massive. This is could be absolutely massive, this frame. It will be massive if Neil manages to get to come back from it, but We'll see. How often do you play Sasha? It depends on the time I have. I was playing regularly in my country, so it would have been once a week, sometimes once every 2 weeks, but I haven't played constantly because I was just not having enough time recently. I've played a couple of times. I appreciate your hard work. It requires too much energy to speak through the whole match. Thank you, I appreciate that. I suppose it does, but I'll be feeling the consequences later. I'm alright for now. As I just think I'm on adrenaline here. As Robertson finds himself in a really decent snooker here, and could be a tough one for Sullivan, as there's a lot of distance between the yellow ball and the cushion there. What's your highest break? I'm not sure if that's directed to me. It's 44 from me. I managed to do that twice, funnily enough, but never managed to get it anywhere higher than that. Decent shot here from Ronnie, as he finds a brilliant, I was going to say a decent line from Ronnie, but he finds a brilliant 2-cushion escape there. Robertson will be scratching his head off because you will be feeling, how on earth have I not got a snooker, a single foul here of the couple of snookers that I've laid on O'Sullivan. Ronnie so far finding the game to respond to it. 126. That's mad, that is. Yeah. You had to combine 3 of my highest breaks to compete with that. As this time Robertson is unable to put some pressure on Sullivan, as the pink goes a little bit closer to the cushion and the yellow is now covering over the green pocket. Can Ronnie roll it in? Yes, he can. So I think that's the end of that. And I think Ronnie O'Sullivan, for the first time in this match, is ahead. And what a stage and what a time to be ahead here, as he's now just 1 frame away from making an absolute history as he gets the green in. So no comeback here from Robertson, which I think was expected, but from a Ronnie fan's point of view, you're always going to be delighted when that actually happens. Notifications came. There you go. Ronnie 9, Neil 7. I did call that a couple of moments ago. It was quite obvious that, he was going to win it at the end, as he doesn't bother with the black. And you see that. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, so I wasn't sure if the referee was going to call for a break in between the match, but it is, of course, Ronnie O'Sullivan that gets the 9th frame, the 17th frame on the board, I should say, the 9 for him, and he's now only 1 frame away from winning the Saudi Arabian Masters. What a story it has been so far. Let's go, Ronnie 9-8. Exactly. Absolutely fantastic commentary. So glad I found your channel. Thank you very much, Tristan. Appreciate that. W Ronnie, yes, exactly. W Ronnie, and just the hardest challenge of them all. Ronnie made 139 in the session. Yes, certainly has, because his highest one in the first session was around 82, I think it was. When will Ronnie be in the rankings when he wins? Let's have a look, actually. I'm not sure if they update it regularly, but I'm pretty sure he'll be right at the top there. No, he won't be. Have a look at this. Judd Trump's got quite a gap there. He'll be 3rd. He'll be comfortably 3rd, just behind Karen Wilson. Yeah, so he will beat himself from 5th to the 3rd spot there. He looked tired this morning. I say he was just a little bit frustrated this morning, and he wasn't quite finding the form of his life. Stop asking for him to stream. He can't do that. I think we will start doing something from next stream, because we've got the audience here, so it makes no sense for us to keep allowing people to just ask for the stream and just spam it in the chat. Lee, so it's a good point from you. I'll have a look and see what I can do about that later on. I think Ronnie will try to make 100th century this season. The motivation in terms of the money is certainly there. I'm not sure whether the motivation in terms of his commitment will be there. Number 2 guaranteed. Number 3, yeah, Scott Miller, I agree with you on that one, but I'm pretty sure Karen still gets some of the points. Yeah, he gets some of the points for making, was it a quarterfinal for him? Yeah, because that's where he lost. Because that's where he lost to O'Sullivan, didn't it, in the decider. So it was a really Really good match, that one. Crazy to think that Ronnie's last ranking title was 17 months ago in the 2024 World Grand Prix. Exactly. A massive frame this is, the next one, and potentially the 19th one, as Ronnie is looking to make history here in Jeddah. Thank you very much for the stream. Very much appreciated, kind sir. Thank you, says Wayne. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And now, could we be just moments away from some history as the referee sets up the pink? He's going to give the cue ball to one of the players to break off something what could be a final frame in this session. Ronnie seems to be like he's going to go for an exhibition match. No pressure on his face. Robertson probably drinking the 5th bottle of water in this frame, and he will be feeling the pressure certainly. Will Rocky be the one feeling the pressure? We will see in a couple of moments' time. Neil Robertson's turn to break off. As you can see, the legs there are barely carrying him to the table. Could we be seeing history here from Ronnie or from Neil? Both players have put absolutely everything into this match. And who is going to be the one to win it? Trump, Wilson, Ronnie and Neil, new ranking. I'm not sure about Neil. I'll have a look if we get to decide that in between the frames, but Ronnie will certainly be the third one. Ronnie has gone for the really hard shot, and in the end he just wobbles in. So really good stuff there from Sullivan. And could this be the start of something special? As he now on the black, only 2 reds available, so you'll be hoping that you can try and have a substantial advantage, even if he's not going to close it off. Every point matters here, and every pot matters here for Ronnie. As you know, all of a sudden, he's only 139 points potentially away from winning. I say to secure a frame, he only needs a couple of 65 points more. So, could we see something special here? Sullivan has got 2 reds already in the pockets, and this looks to be the perfect angle for him to try and get an awful lot of force into this bunch of reds. 12 of them in there. How many are going to be after this shot? He split them up nicely, but he hasn't landed on one, so looking to be the end of break once again. So 16 points here. Ooh, unlucky this is. I'm pretty sure he's got nothing here at all, so just a safety there probably. He's gone for it, and it would have been perfect for him. Century to close the championship, it will be perfect, as he tried to go for a double there, realizing that he will, and he will finish the cue ball will finish safely there, so nothing given away to Robertson. Really good stuff here from Ronnie though. Earlier on, the 16 points could still prove to be important come the end of the frame. But so far, all 13 remaining reds looking to be in open position. What's the table looking like right now, ladies and video gaming fans? So exactly as I was just saying, only one of them at the top part of the table, being quite close to the cushion, but still very much playable. And the rest of them are below the pink, with just a couple of random ones still very much in playable position. So it's a position that you would struggle to win in the first visit from, even as O'Sullivan being 16 points ahead already. If Ronnie wins, he will be world number 3. Yes, tell me, Sarah. Yes, correct. You are correct with that one. Robertson here taking his time and taking his chances. 680k, not bad for a week's worth. Absolutely. I mean, talk about, that's only for the prize money. You can think about all the sponsors deals that you'll get from it. Blows your mind, that. But I'm pretty sure all Ronnie fans will be here for it and will be enjoying him. And he's certainly the man that deserves all the money that he gets. So a decent safety shot here from Robertson. Hasn't quite left O'Sullivan on the cushion, which is important because that allows him to potentially play hard into the bunch and screw back, which is exactly what he's done. onto the black cushion. Leaves the position a lot more open there. So he clearly fancies himself, does Sullivan, to finish the frame off, should he be the one coming to the table next time. His last frame, you're so lazy, please update, hurry. I don't think I am. Don't think I am lazy. The reason I'm not updating is because none of the players have potted a couple of balls in the last couple of minutes. So when one of them does, I will. But so far it's a safety, and you can't really update the scoreboard on the safety play. Do you think Ronnie will play in the Home Nation tournament this season? He seems like a better place mentally. I think if he's feeling for it, I mean, if he's up for it, it's always the question with Ronnie. I think it's a big tournament, so I would expect him to. The Home Nation tournaments, yeah. I think he will, because he has been consistently there, apart from the couple of times that he's dropped there. Especially last year, well, he was barely featuring in any of the tournaments. Thank you for your excellent commentaries as well, Peace. Thank you very much. Love you, World Peace. Would love you to play the National Ireland Open. I am hoping to go in October. Funnily enough, I will be going to English Open in Cheltenham in September, and I'll be absolutely buzzing if he decides to turn up there and turn up with a bang. For now, this time he has a much tougher safety to play, as Robertson this time puts him dead on the cushion, so no chance to be playing with backspin, especially the amount he requires to put the ball safe. We'll see though, as he's far from over in this frame, and the position that was starting to look really lively is starting to be a little bit messy, with now at least 4 reds on the further part of the table. Although I'm a fan of Ronnie, but I wish Robertson with these both are my favourite. Yeah, I suppose Robertson is really a likeable person, isn't he? A lot of players on tour are, but table getting very messy. Yeah, J&J Snooker, I just mentioned that. So 4 reds already being next to the balk line. This could favour O'Sullivan, to be fair, as 16 points doesn't seem like an awful lot, but all of a sudden this turns into clinching it red by red, and these 16 points could be crucial. Robertson, though, lining up a red to the middle. Needs to make it if he goes for it, as he's in do or die situation, and he certainly makes it. Right in the heart of the pocket it goes. So there you go. Whoever was asking for the scoreline to be updated, a shout out to Sani Akani for the cue he made for Ronnie. Absolute legend he is. Absolute legend he is. Where are you from, bro? I'm from Ukraine, the best country in the world. As Usyk once said, all know that Ukraine is a country of great people, and I'm certainly hoping to be one of them. So far, people seem to be enjoying it, which is the main thing. Robertson here, with a break of 6 already. As earlier on, I'd say the position is not that messy, and it's going to be favourable for Robertson earlier on, as 5 of the 6 colours are on their spots. Only the brown is slightly out of position. Why are you lazy? Once again, I don't think I am. Because on my TV screen it says Robertson with 7 points, and on my scoreboard it says Robertson with 7 points. Any news on Graham Dott? Yeah, I've seen the article yesterday. I don't think you can comment a lot on Graham Dott there because of the seriousness of allegations, but apparently the court is going to take place tomorrow. So let's see how that one resolves. But yeah, I don't think I'll be commenting on that one until I hear any clarity, because it will be unfair to him or the person that has very much charged up against him. Brilliant way to watch the score. Where are you from, sir? Ukraine, Benvara. On which are you watching snooker? So I've got the TNT Sports subscription. So I'm watching it. I think it's the only way to watch it in the UK. Let me know if I'm wrong. So Robertson here taking his time, being around the blue. Looking to make it the 3rd one in a row. Yes, TNT only, there you go. Reds available? Yes, very much. I'd say every single one of them is available. A couple are blocking each other, but if Robertson gets in with a chance, yes. Yeah, I think he has a little laugh there to the camera. I was just checking the audio to see what was that all about. So apparently there's a little issue with the camera that he noticed. So in this pressure time for him, having time to have a laugh, important. Did Ronnie make a mistake? Yes, he did, and no, he didn't, because he left Robertson with a half chance there, but I'd say a chance that Robertson had to make sure he got in, and he did. So fair play to him for that one. Still in and around the blue. You are correct. TNT for God bless Ukraine. Thank you very much, Belmara. You are correct. TNT £30 per month. Very expensive if you just want to watch the snooker. Yes, Tristan, I agree with you on that one. But when the Champions League will be back, when some of the Premier League games will be on there, I suppose it becomes a decent value because I got it with a package with Sky. It's £40 for the two of them. So decent deal, that one. I'll have to update my recently. Who do you think is the GOAT in snooker? Ronnie or Sullivan? I can't say too much about Hendrick because I haven't seen him, but from this era, 100% Ronnie. Unless if Neil somehow messes up. Yeah, it looks like he will be going the distance. I think it's the right way. I have to say, Neil probably has done enough to force a decider. Has been struggling recently for the form, but still with a 7-2 lead, it will be pretty pity for him if he didn't get a decider at least. And then let the best man win. If it's going to be Ronnie, let it be. And if it's going to be Robertson, fair play to the guy. Julian Boyko, yes, World Peace, you know your stuff. You know your stuff. Julian Boyko was very much my dark horse for this tournament. Has gone quite far, but has lost to round 32, I think it was. To what was it? Karen Wilson in the deciding frame. So yeah. Very much about that one, as once again Robertson, after having a lonely black, is backing around the blue. This tournament deserves a final frame designer in the final. J&J Snooker, probably, yeah. I think both players deserve it, Forget about the tournament. It has been a great tournament for the spectators, but both players have deserved, the least that both of them have deserved is a decider. So this was always a potential 10-9. I did say before the match I didn't fancy a 10-9, so it's one of those things that I did get wrong, but it's probably one of those things that I'm quite happy to get wrong, as I'm still having 1,500 people watching me. So certainly enjoying the commentary and enjoying the match, which has been brilliant. Can you please elaborate the table situation? The table situation is very much, I'd say it's probably really comfortable for Robertson, but he does seem to get himself into a little bit of a trouble here for the next couple of shots. If Neil is going to win this one, he's going to win the final. I disagree with that. I think if Neil is going to win this one, it just gives a decider and it's going to be a 50-50 for each of them. So let's see if he decides to go for the green here. Not the easiest shots, but he makes it. Can't quite generate enough power on that cue ball to land perfectly on the red, so a little bit of distance. So to elaborate the table from here, 4 reds in really good positions, 2 of them in a little bit dodgy positions, and not the perfect shot there for Robertson, but he won't need all of them, of course. He'll need, I'd say, 3 more will do, as he lands a little bit awkwardly on the blue there. So has to make sure he does the hard part of the job there. And needs to make sure every single positional shot from here is perfect, because we'll need... Thank you, just answered my question. There you go. Should have been Neil with clinching in the decider. I think he could, but I think it's 50-50. It's one of those that even the odds for either of those players, I think will be a 50-50, because Sullivan being the man in form recently, but Robertson with that momentum breaker of a 17th frame, and all of a sudden it's anyone's game. But Robertson so far still has to force a decider. What's your highest break? 44. Did that twice, but was unable to do that twice. Missed the red both of those times, so can't complain with either of those. Robertson now looking to change up the strategy here and go for the green. He's taking his time on this shot. And yeah, looking to make it 46 plays 16 with still 67 points on the board. 44 not bad. Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed because the position on both of those breaks was really good, but I messed it up in the end. Is there a chance for Ronnie to come out to the table in this frame? Probably not, if I'm being really honest. Robertson seems to be milking this green a little bit now because he still hasn't decided if he's going to go for the blue or the green. The only thing I would say is it's going to be really difficult to get on the red if he's going to try and push through it. So he decided to land a little bit awkwardly there because he's got the blue in. He hasn't got the easiest of reds here, and he also hasn't got the easiest of colours to line up on next. Who deserves most? Both. I would say Ronnie for that comeback, but Neil for the consistency. I would say if either player wins it, to be fair. I don't like to sit on the fence, so I would always go for Ronnie slightly, but as I say, if Neil wins it, I'd say fair play. And I'd still probably say the better man won it. The better man won it. So 49 points here for Robertson, as this break seems to carry on for absolutely ages. You know, Sullivan could have finished a couple of frames with the way he's been playing recently, but of course you have to understand the occasion. I'm only laughing about it for a joke. Robertson knows he can't afford any errors. He already got himself with a couple of nice shots there, especially the opener on the red as the yellow goes in. So another 50 break here for Robertson. Hasn't had too many of those recently. And let's see what will happen here. Robertson once again with finding a clutch red there, landing on the blue with the right angle. So I'd say 2 more shots there. I think you'll be all right. 3 more shots to make sure Sullivan doesn't go back to the table. And the break that has carried on for ages could about to be the frame winning one. As I say, only 2 more shots for the frame ball, and 3 with this blue ball going in, only 2 more for a guaranteed decider here at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And it will be the pink, I assume, for the frame ball. No, he decides to go against it in the end, and he goes for the black. There you go, the frame ball is in, so O'Sullivan now needs 2 snookers. I don't think he'll be coming back to the table, as Robertson now is 49 points ahead, 43 on the table. Ronnie get a century next frame, we'll see. It's a decider, lads, J&J snooker. It is indeed. It's a decider of the matches that had a little bit of everything, of the tournaments that had a little bit of everything. You know, 2 maximums from the Rocket. Good performances from Neil, dispatching the players like Ben Wollaston, Ali Carter, Mark Selby. Not sure if I missed one actually. Elias Lester, of course, as well in the semi-final. Ronnie O'Sullivan beating Joe O'Connor comfortably 5-0. A really good comeback for Shambin Yu, as Robertson seems to be enjoying himself here. As he pots a really good red there. Could be important for momentum building. You never know. And still has a potential chance of a century if he gets a total clearance here. With him having 74 points. Needs all the 6 colours to finish it off. 76 for a break now. Will decide to happen immediately after this frame. I don't think they'll be delaying it. Hopefully not. I think so. I don't see why they will try and make fans wait for the decider. I think it will happen straight after this one. It is an odd frame, so I can't see it being a 15-minute break between the session. And I don't really think the players would want that, because it just puts that bit more pressure on each of them. There you go. So Robertson looks like he will be finishing off with a century here, as he has 2 more balls to pot to do that. Really good stuff there. Where are you from, Pavanavir? Ukraine. Normally they take a break. Really, Saeed Ahmed. I've seen a couple of deciders, as Neil Robertson finishes off with a brilliant century in the end. 101 break. And I'm not sure whether we will have a break here, or is it going to be a decider straight after this one, as Robertson looks to finish off his banana. And Sullivan goes back for a toilet break, so we'll see who's breaking next. I think it's Ronnie's turn. Ronnie wins the decider with the century shove his glass. Sansan, who I have no idea. I think it's a 50-50 for either of them. And just give me a minute here, as I just want to fix the lightning. Your English is excellent. Have you lived in the UK? I'm pretty sure I still got quite a strong accent there, World Peace, but I've lived in the UK for 3 years. Let me just have a little break here as I'll try to fix the lightning for you. There you go, should be back to normal. I'm not sure if that's actually gone worse now, so let me just have one more check here. There we go. That should be better now. So we're all set for a decider. We're still yet to find out whether there would be a break. I'm still holding out for my place that it won't be a break. And let's see here. We are ready to witness something special. And I think whoever wins this final now, it will be a history-making stuff. Who would you like to win a decider? Well, I think what we'll do here is we'll do another poll right now. Who is going to win the decider? Ronnie or Sullivan winning that poll by 80% to 19. We'll have another one. Who wins a decider? I'll just do the names because everyone here knows who they are. Ronnie or Neil. There we go. You can have your votes in. I would say Ronnie, but I would say it's really, really close between the two of them. I will probably have Ronnie as 52% and Neil 48%. God, that's massive, that is. This poll was up for 10 seconds and I already had 114 votes. That's mad, that is, to think about it. Thank you very much, everyone who's joining in. Whether you are voting, whether you are in the chat, whether you're just watching and interacting, and just letting the channel grow and letting the viewership go for these videos. Thank you very much. The stream has been a legendary already because, as you can see here, I don't think we'll be having a break as the referee's certainly here, the Ronnie's here, and Neil should be coming back from a break shortly. So we're on the verge of history here, and let's see which way is it going to go, as Paul had 200 votes already. Ronnie's so far ahead by 85% to 14. I would probably add that slightly, but I think Neil is getting nowhere near as much recognition as he should, especially with the performance that he has played. So yeah, both players will be feeling it a little bit, even Ronnie, I think. And let's see, what can we do here? As you can see, Neil is just asking whose turn it is. He clearly forgot everything that happened before. Everything that happened in the previous frame. You don't even know who's going to break. It will be Ronnie's turn to break. As you can see, the little fist bump there before the decider. Good little tradition on tour. The crowd should be going absolutely absolutely crazy here. As O'Sullivan has got a lot of hesitation before that break off, so clearly taking every single shot with just as much carefulness as he can possibly produce there. And a decent break off, looking to end behind the green. Has he done that? I don't think he has, and he potentially has left Robertson with an early chance of a long pot. Not sure if green and blue are intervening with that one. If they are, it's a snooker. If they're not, it's potentially a chance for a pot there. 500k pounds on the line, gonna make any man sweat and nervous. Yeah, Bavan, you know, it's a great point, that is. This is a 300,000 frame. It is indeed, Lazim, you've done your research, and it is indeed a 300,000 £5 frame. And a title, and you know, all the sponsorship bonus that each of the players will have. Big money, says J&J Snooker. Exactly. Exactly. It's a 300,000 final because both of the players would have secured 200,000 by reaching the final. And now one of them will win this decider. Have absolutely brilliant match here. Ronnie goes for a safety, misses the yellow ball by the tightest of margins, but in the end, really good cue ball control. And the cue ball is landing dead on the cushion there, right in behind the brow. So it's safe to say both players will be taking this match and this frame, absolutely treating this frame as the back legs of the donkey really carefully and making sure no slip-ups, no mistakes, no chances whatsoever for each and any of them. Whoever wins, they traded us to a great game goal, Ronnie. Tiny Michael Banda, that's probably a really good comment and a really good observation. Whoever wins surely deserves it, and whoever wins surely has put an end to a highly entertaining tournament. Both players have played the massive part here, but in the end, only one of them can be the champion. And hopefully in the next, well, I don't know whether it's going to be 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes. We're about to find out which one of them is going to be that winner. As it seems to like the first points of the match are going to be going the way of Sullivan. It is off a foul, so don't get too excited. 4 points for Ronnie. And you will ask for referee to be putting that ball back exactly where it was. So it's a sign of a good safety already. Good job, yeah. So early doors, but you never know, and we still could be coming back to those 4 points and saying what a massive turning point this was. For now, though, it is attempt number 2 here for Robertson, as referee's taking his time to put the ball back exactly where it was. Missing a straight red. Yes, but he needs to make sure that he doesn't leave an easy red for Sullivan, so he decides to use a cushion to roll up to it and has to judge the power of that shot perfectly. So it's always better to be under hitting it and giving away 4 points than, you know, hitting it too hard and potentially leaving a red on. I think he's done the same thing here though. A little bit closer, but no, this time he just clips it. Has he left a touched ball there for Ronnie? Could be important, that. And I think he will be called by the referee, as Ronnie will just have to play away from the ball, that being the rules. Ronnie has already won 2 deciders in this tournament. I back him all the way to win. You know what, Adamaya Varma? It's a good observation, but from the purely mathematical point of view, surely when you win 2 deciders, you're bound to lose one. You know, you can't just keep winning all of them. But it's a good start, and in the end, if you are right, you could be very much in the right guys here. Bro, focus on the match and update us even their face expression, please. Ahmad Abbas. The face expression wouldn't give away too much at the moment, as both of them seem to be calm. O'Sullivan seems to be like he's just having a practice session. Robertson seems like he understands the occasion, but still no signs that he's going to be panicking for the rest of the decider. And the 4 points off the foul that he's given away, I'd say probably don't mean too much either, as it wasn't a straightforward shot, and in the end he nailed it from a second time of asking. Bro, he's a supporter of Robertson. If you're talking about me, I'm pretty sure you're on about that, as I'm Team Ronnie all the way. Ronnie's the king. Why are you so negative about Ronnie? Really? Am I? Imagine being a Ronnie fan, doing a commentary, and people call you negative for Ronnie. That's... Druggy said Ronnie couldn't come back from 7-2, so you were the one that said he could. I mean, he hasn't won it yet, so Ron Morgan. I mean, I'll be very much one of those that'll be reacting really cheerfully if he does win it, but he hasn't done so yet. We're still yet to find out the winner of this decider, as Robertson here taking his time on the shot. So once again, his face expression, for whoever's wondering, doesn't give too much away, as he decides to use the cushion to just hit the red straight in the face and hopefully not leave anything straightforward for O'Sullivan. He hasn't played that shot too well though, as O'Sullivan could potentially try and take this red on. The cue ball is quite close to the cushion, so Where you watching the TNT Sports 3 for me? Big break coming, says Jay Luthra. Well, let's see here. I think he has to take this shot on. But he also has to make it, and he has. So it's first blood to Sullivan there after having 4 early foul points. In the end, Neil Robertson took a long time on that shot and still hasn't done enough to cover it up. Any sort of chances for Ronnie now? I wouldn't say looking too good for the position. The position looks very much closed, and also this pink to the middle doesn't seem to be easy, as the cue ball is going to be away from the reds. The pink is in though, so that's a good start. And the referee will now check if the pink can go back on its spot or not. And then if not, you'll have to go below the reds, but referee trying to fit the pink ball in. That will take a little bit of time here, as we almost have 2,000 people watching. That is incredible when you think about it. I know it's a sport occasion, but still, thank you very much for all of you to showing the support of the channel and getting active, or just watching and staying with us throughout the whole match. As the break is over, the pink does go back on his spot, and Ronnie is now with a chance of, I wouldn't say a frame winning break, because it would be way too early, especially in this position. Sasha, you look like you're wearing lipstick. You know what? I actually was told that, and I can see that. It's because of the lightning. I was told that, but I'm not. I can assure you I'm not. If there's a list of people that are going to be wearing lipstick, I'm probably going to be last on that one. Certainly. Never did it, never will. 2K viewers, W. Yeah, there you go. I mean, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for all of you for getting involved and watching, staying with us. Ronnie now has the last of the available reds as he pots it. Hasn't got any sort of angle on the blue, so unless he finds a miracle, it will be the end of a break on 23. He went for all the power he could generate, and he tried to come back for one of the reds that does pot into the right corner pocket, the left corner pocket I should say, but the cue ball will be going into the black, so no color guaranteed here. Ronnie now with the difficult shots coming his way. It was always going to be him with the first break. Now can he make it count? Are you wearing a skirt? Nah, you wish, chumps. You're getting way too deep into my outfits and my face. I'm not sure if you're getting excited by it, but I wouldn't if I was you, as I'm not wearing a skirt. A good shot there from Sullivan. Doesn't land perfectly on the colour, but still has a green and yellow. Once again, only has one more red to aim towards, as the match time has just hit 5 hours time. What a time to do that at the decider. The second session has been a lot more entertaining and a lot better, I would say, than the first one. And of course, it being the final one means a lot more in terms of the result, as Ronnie once again goes for a 3 cushion shot that turns into a 4 cushion in the end. As once again, he's had some difficult shots in this break, and he has one more. 5 hours, damn, exactly. Thank you for doing this the right way. Kudos. Thank you, Pavan Nevar. Thank you. Who's the momentum who would say, I'd say it doesn't matter. I'd say whoever's at the table now will be the favourite for the decider. And it's Ronnie at the moment, and he seems to be dispatching all of those shots quite well. Has got the black to try and develop the position, as he has hit that one nicely there, but not nicely enough. Not nicely enough. And 35 points, and he's going to be the end of a break here, surely, unless he finds a plant of about 5 red colours disguised there. I think he'll have to be a safety, and he knows it was a chance there. It was always going to be a real tough ask to do that. From one and only break, as he needs to find a good safety. Hasn't been able to do so, but I think the blue has come to his rescue, and a lucky kiss on the yellow has made impossible the attempt of a long pot from Robertson there. So here now we've got Ronnie O'Sullivan 35 points ahead, Robertson being the man that has to close that gap down, but of course 107 points on the table still left, so more than enough for Robertson to catch up. I can't watch live due to geo restrictions. Was frame 18 close? Frame 18, not really, wasn't really. It was Ronnie had an early break of 16, and then Robertson was able to clear the table off with a really good break of his. Robertson has to make sure he doesn't do anything silly here, as there's still more than enough points on the table, and he certainly wasn't doing anything silly with that shot, as he finds O'Sullivan snookered here, and quite a difficult situation. So might be going for a side shot there. No, he's going off 2 cushions to just skid off that red, and he's played that to an absolute perfection. Where's that cue ball going to end up? Wow, he's going to end up right behind the yellow. So what a response there from Ronnie. After being snookered, he's found a perfect shot. You can see the crowd giving him the applause, and rightly so, because all of a sudden there's no Robertson that will be feeling the pressure once again here. What safety? Yeah, exactly. Wow, go on, Ron. Exactly, what a shot that is. Wow. Ronnie got a snooker back. He has indeed, and it's certainly a tough one because the cue ball is on the cushion, which makes that cushion pretty much unusable because you can't calculate the angle. And none of the reds are on the cushion, so has to make sure he gets this right though, Robertson. The one thing I would say that is in his favour, there aren't too many reds. In fact, there's only 2 of them in open play, so shouldn't be too difficult. But I think when the pressure mounts on you, the black is tied up with the red. Now, I'm not too sure. I can't see it from this angle, but it could be. But I'm pretty sure that red that is lowest of them all, it would be one of the first reds Robertson or Ronnie could clear anyway. So don't think it's a massive factor right now. Robertson taking a minute now, over a minute I should say, on this shot. Probably roll off 2 cushions on the pack. You say that, but then you need to judge the pace perfectly, because you can't be doing that off the right side because there's a red you can leave. He's clearly doing it off the left side, but you have to judge the pace perfectly, because if you hit that one too hard, you're surely going to have one of the reds just go off the pack, as there you go. So Robertson probably doing the right thing and just giving 4 foul points away to Ronnie there, just to make sure that he judges the pace perfectly and doesn't hit that one any harder than he needs to. Foul and a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4. And the ball will be very much coming back there. Cue ball behind the yellow and directly on the ball cushion right. Exactly right there. Robertson now with attempt number 2. Once again, he will be trying to do that as slowly as possible, but doesn't want to be giving too many points away. As brilliantly there this time. Judge the pace and the trajectory brilliantly. So only 4 points given away on that shot. A really good shot there from O'Sullivan. So I say Robertson gets away with it, of course, through little moments of brilliance. But you can see there, talk about face expressions, I think he is feeling a little bit Robertson. And just as I say that, Ronnie has an absolute shocker. Sends the cue ball into the jaw of the middle pocket, and I think gets away with it massively, because the cue ball should have been anywhere near the jaw of the pocket. Yeah, Ronnie playing a poor shot there, giving Neil a chance. For sure that is. For sure. I'm not sure how much of a chance Neil has here, but that cue ball should have been anywhere near the jaws of the middle pocket, and he caught one really heavily. So Robertson here has a potential plant here, but there's surely way too much of a distance here between the 2 reds to be playing this in a decider, being 39 points down. But Robertson seems to be confident with this one. And in the end, he pots it. He made sure he went to the ball carrier with that one. So Robertson, with the start of a break of his, it was a chance probably worth taking. And in the end, it was a really nice spot from Robertson. An awful lot to do here though. And the first shot on the yellow is not straightforward. Too much risk to take on. I think it wasn't really with the way he was able to control the cue ball really nicely there. And Sasha Chump says hi. Chumps, you can get high from me as well if you want, as Robertson now taking his time on this yellow shot. Can do it off 1 cushion, will be challenging though. Needs to make sure he gets this spot on, but also make sure that the yellow is in the pocket, because the angle is not really going to be in favour of Robertson. Great job, Sasha, says World Peace. Thank you very much, appreciate that. Short time once again, a minute here from Robertson. Does like to be taking his time on those sort of shots, but in fairness to him, when he does take his time, the majority of the time I say, he makes it stick. So a little bit more of hesitation there from Robertson as he tries to find a perfect angle here to land on the red. You're commenting on on every side, mate. Yeah, I think I am, because as I say, haven't really got anything against Robertson, and as much as a Team Ronnie I'm not on Team Ronnie as much as I was probably a couple of years ago, 3-4 years ago. I think maturity comes into place. Loving your format, mate, Rick. Thank you very much, Rick. Loving the support from the community, as in the end Robertson goes for a really hard shot there on the yellow and catches the jaw of the middle pocket, and I'm not sure if he's landed on anything. He will check. He's got the red on the right, next to the right cushion, but a shot that is surely too risky to be taken on, being 339 down in the decider. He seems to find something here, as Ronnie in the back trying to see if he's found any sort of chance here for him. You know, Ronnie being very much engaged here in the decider, even though his shot time for Robbo is annoying, to be honest. Well, it is, but you can understand that, to be fair, with 300,000 on the line, it being a decider. I think he deserves a little patience from us here. If he wants to be taking a minute on every shot, I don't think you'll do him a lot of favour, to be honest with you, as I think you'll just start overthinking stuff, and in the end that will do more damage than good. But so far it's working out for him. But that positional shot hasn't been nice to him at all, as you can see. I'm pretty sure he's landed touching ball on that brown and can't get anywhere from that apart from placing his snooker to Ronnie. So in the end, while Neil's playing so slow, in the end I think it's just pressure and a decider frame. You know, every opportunity you have now, you have to make sure you get everything out of it, and no risks have to be taken on any of those. As you can see, Robertson doing everything right, just to take his time, I think. No straightforward shots to his name. Shot time once again being a minute here for Robertson, as you know, you have to say he has been taking his time on these shots. Ronnie seems to be bored in the back, so maybe that's taking one step too far for Robertson. As you know, best commentary and update of a snooker match. Kudos, Uzan Malik. Thank you very much. Describe table, please. Pretty closed. Only one red in open play, one red just below the black spot, and yeah, that's about it probably. So if Neil Robertson does land a snooker here, it will be complicated for Sullivan to get a guarantee that he doesn't leave anything easy on for an opener for Neil, but we'll see. Sure, still off the table, ain't gonna do that. Ronnie hates Neil, slow play. Well, I think he would at this point, you know. Break time for Neil Robertson is 5 minutes and he's been a break of 4, so in the end he does land with a good shot on the yellow. Sullivan's frustration can come to an end as he comes back to the table himself to at least have a little stretch and at most have a good safety to put himself in a good spot here. Mr. Neil Robertson is irritating Ronnie by taking too much time. Oh, where's this red going? Where's this red going? Where's the cue ball going? Wow. I don't think you'll be taking too much time on those shots now, Robertson, and as O'Sullivan has an absolute stinker there. And Robertson has now probably a frame-winning opportunity, as O'Sullivan decided to go for the split of the reds up and caught the jaw of the left middle pocket once again. Left the ball hanging over the pocket, and Robertson now has a straightforward introduction. Robbie has a great chance to win the match here. Yes, he does. He does. The only problem for him is the black, but you can easily get rid of that red just below the black. The first shot will be really key here, as it doesn't seem to be playing that one too bad, but he's alright on the pink, Robertson. He's alright with the pink there. He can still go for the blue, but he's landed with the wrong side of it. Oh Christ, any reds on the cushion? There's one, but he's right next to the cushion, and he's on the black ball cushion, so none of the balls are safe, and I think it's the nerves now that will dictate Robertson. It is Robertson now against himself. If he can get his confidence, if he can get his play up and, you know, avoid any unnecessary mistakes, I think this is the time for him to up the tempo of the frame. You know, just believe in himself, trust in his skills, do the right thing, make sure he calculates every move and not feeling a lot of pressure. So his face seems to be alright here. I think inside he will be feeling it slightly. Looking to get rid of that ball that he's blocking the path of the black ball, and doing that really nicely. So that's one of the issues. Going out of the equation. There's not too many for him here that he's left with. Robo favourite for the title now. He definitely will be. He definitely will be here. Definitely will be here. Definitely favourite for the break. Definitely favourite for the frame. And definitely favourite for the match, which is of course the match for the tournament. The decider in the final, as he's looking now to get rid of that cushion red. It's probably one of the easiest he will pot. He's on a break of 20 here, so you will need all the reds here and probably some of the colours. Them all being in their spots shouldn't be too much of an issue. And as I said here, as he goes for the pink into the middle, can't see too many problems here for Neil in the future. Neil playing with his patience. I think at the moment now, any sort of slowing down of pace will be a problem for himself. So I don't think he'll be taking his time on too many of those shots. I think he'll try and, you know, avoid feeling the pressure of those shots, as he doesn't land perfectly on the red here. So the pink ball is in. He's still trailing by 13 points in the deciding frame. And he hasn't got an easier red here. The one to the right corner pocket is probably the easier one. But still, the angle on that one is not really favourable for the player. Any difficult reds is probably the only one that he has to play right now. Whichever one he chooses. He chooses the one to the left pocket, so easier to get on the colour from this one. Needs to make sure he's got it though. And he does, straight in the heart of the pocket. Doesn't land perfectly on the black though, as he had a little kiss with the red that he wouldn't have intended to do. So pink potentially to come to his rescue. And if you can see the black, even easier for Neil here. It misses over. And let's see. Training exercise for him now. That's a big call, Nick. Let's see. As the back ball goes straight into the heart of the pocket. So 34 points on the board here for Neil. Once again, those two reds that are really close together, I'm pretty sure the top of them will go into the corner pocket. So I can't really see any sort of challenges here for Neil. In fact, he has landed with probably the right angle here on the pink. So he needs to compensate with a little bit of left-hand side and the top spin here. Yep, done it well. Lands on the top one really nicely. And this time, once again, he's back ahead in this frame, and he's back ahead in this match, in this decider. 3 more reds, 3 more colours, and a yellow to close off a phenomenal frame, a phenomenal match, a phenomenal tournament, a phenomenal start to this 25-26 WSD season. Every one of you that talked about pressure, well, this pressure better be kicking now if you're a Ronnie fan. I have to say I'm quite relaxed about Neil winning this, you know. It just shows that the passion is probably no longer there for me, and I'm being a little bit more impartial. But Robertson, 10 points of a gap here. Still 43 on the table. So those two cleared up with expensive colours will mean that he will only need a yellow, and Sullivan would need snookers. But in this position, surely it's just a matter of Robertson's own mentality and bottle. How's the table? It should be over. I mean, Coco says it's over. It should be table. How's the table? Says Agitia. It should be over here. He's got around 4 more shots, Neil Robertson, to close the match off. I was saying that, and then he absolutely bottled it on the pink. I mean, what looked like it was going to be a straightforward finish, all of a sudden he has a really difficult shot into the green pocket. Wow, this is turning into a blockbuster. You know, it looked like it was going to be straightforward. It was never going to be straightforward in the end for the match like this. Well, wait. Yeah, exactly. J&J wasn't expecting it anyway. Story the man says Neil clearly wasn't feeling it. Can he feel the long pot here? Yes, he can. Talk about bottle. It looked like he bottled it in the end. It looked like he did Tottenham. Well, it doesn't look like it now. He's 2 shots away from becoming snooker Saudi Arabia snooker Masters champion here in Jeddah. The black ball is in as he landed perfectly on the yellow. He seems to have done so. As he's now got the yellow for a match ball, and he's got it. He's got the match ball here, ladies and gentlemen. So 26 ahead, 25 on the table. A straightforward green to surely put an end to it. Over now, it should be. A couple more shots just to put no chance for Sullivan coming back to the table. As you can see there, he has a hand to his face. He knows it is over now. Sullivan is not coming back to the table with a brown surely disappearing in a couple of moments' time. He will be relieved here, Neil Robertson, as he has done it. It's been a brilliant match. Neil Robertson has been ahead throughout the majority of it, and now it is the end to the fairy tale story of Sullivan that doesn't end the way he would have liked it to. And have a look at this for a total clearance here from Neil Robertson, and he's done it. The cue ball is going to be travelling at about 100 miles an hour, and he finishes it off with a break of 87. Ronnie comes to congratulate him. You'll be absolutely devastated, but in the end, Robertson wins it, and it is Neil Robertson winning it by 10 frames to 9 in the end. We have witnessed an absolute piece of history here. Thank you for the live commentary, says Max71. Thank you for every single one of you joining. Appreciate whether you were involved in the chat. Ronnie Heartbreaking says, Yasir Khan. I would have to agree with you on that one, but you have to say congratulations to Neil Robertson, and it has been the match to remember from both parties. Brilliantly there. Ronnie looks devastated but happy for Neil. You can be devastated but happy for your opponent at the same time. It is now the end of the match, the end of the stream. Once again, thank you all ever so much for joining. We'll be back for Wuhan Open in a week's time. I can't say how grateful I am for all of you, and yeah, we'll be back for plenty of more. Enjoy the celebration if you're a Neil Robertson fan, commiseration if you're a Ronnie O'Sullivan fan, but for neutral, it has been a match to remember, and job well done here for Neil Robertson as he wins the Saudi Arabian Masters and beats Ronnie O'Sullivan by 10 frames to 9. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Bye, chat. W's in the chat. Bye, Sasha. Bye, Sasha. Bye, everyone. W chat. W everyone. Thank you very much, guys. I really do appreciate every single one of you. We'll end it on a high. And yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of analysis to be done. But hopefully we will see now Ronnie coming back motivated as ever for the next tournament in a week's time. Thanks very much for watching for one last time. And I'll see you next time.